Tonight, something waits just beyond the window. You'll hear it, a whisper you weren't supposed to notice until now. These are terrifying stories, told softly to help you drift into the dark, where nothing is ever quite alone. Before we begin, tell me, what time is it where you are? And where in the world are you listening from? Alone in the dark? Type it in the comments. I'll be watching. And if these whispers find you in the quiet tonight, don't forget to like the video, subscribe for more, and ring the bell before something else does. Now, close your eyes, let the rain in, and listen for the voice. Outside your window, you lie still beneath the blanket, wrapped like an unspoken thought. The room is quiet except for the soft, persistent drumming of rain against the window pane. It's not heavy, not loud, just gentle enough to be a lullaby. Steady, soothing, like a quiet conversation between sky and glass. You've always found comfort in the rain, in its soft insistence, like the world outside is whispering for you to sleep. But tonight, it feels different, not dangerous, just different. As if the rain has something to say. You listen. The wind moves like a sigh across the trees. A delicate rustling that sounds almost like someone shifting their weight on creaky floorboards just outside your room. But there's no one there, of course. Just the storm breathing its long breath through the branches. You close your eyes, but then you hear it, again barely audible, a whisper. A shape of sound, softer than the rain, pressed against the edge of your hearing. It says your name. It isn't alarming, just strange. It doesn't feel angry. It doesn't feel close. It's almost like a memory carried on wind. A sound so subtle, you could almost dismiss it. Almost. You open your eyes again and look at the window. The glass fogs slightly around the edges. A pale mist where your breath hasn't touched. That shouldn't happen, not from this distance. And yet, there it is, just a blurry haze along the edge, like someone exhaled gently from the other side. Your heart beats, one slow, dull, then settles. You're not afraid. You're curious. The rain continues, a little heavier now. The drops move in tiny streams down the glass, like fingers tracing letters in a language you forgot how to read. You sit up slowly, letting your blanket slide across your arms like a tide receding. The room is dim, but not dark. Outside, the streetlight glows like a candle in fog dot, and there beneath it to see something, a figure or a shape, still, watching, or maybe just there. It doesn't move. Neither do you. The whisper comes again, barely there, just outside the glass. It says your name. You step quietly from the bed, the carpet soft under your feet. The floor doesn't creak. You cross the room, drawn not by fear, but by a need to see. Outside, the figure has shifted, not closer, not farther, just different. The posture, maybe, or the way the shoulders seem to slant toward the light now. The window holds your reflection faintly to shadows, one on either side of the glass, you and something else. You place your hand against the cold pane. A moment later, something mirrors it. A pale smudge, palm-sized, presses from the outside. But there's no sound, no footsteps. Just the echo of rain, like a heartbeat shared between you and the night. You whisper, "Who are you?" No answer, but the shape tilts its head. You don't step back. Something in the stillness reassures you, an odd calm, as if whatever stands there isn't trying to scare you, just to be known. Like it's been waiting, quietly, gently, for a moment just like this. You blink, and it's gone. No figure, no fog, just the rain, tracing lines on the glass like nothing ever happened. You stare, but the street is empty again. Only the hum of distant thunder, the sigh of wind, and that soft tap-tap of water falling from the world above. You return to bed slowly, but your eyes don't close yet. They wait, and then something new begins. A sound inside the room. It's so faint, like the brushing of fingertips along the wall. You glance sideways. Nothing moves. The lamp casts a warm circle of light, and the shadows remain where they belong. Still, the sound persists. Whisper, whisper, like breath across fabric. You feel it, now not fear, but presence. A quiet weight in the room, like an old coat, draped over a chair you hadn't noticed before. You look. Nothing, but the air holds memory, like someone had been here and just stepped away. You lay your head back against the pillow and try to listen past the rain into the folds of silence. Between each drop, that's where it hides, the whisper, the breath, the name. Yours. It isn't lonely, it isn't cold, it's just watching. Maybe it's always been there. Your eyes close now, not from sleep, but trust. If something wanted to harm you, it would have. But this just wants to be heard. And you listen as the whisper settles into the rhythm of the rain. You listen as your heartbeat matches the soft percussion on the roof. You listen until the air becomes the lullaby, and the room becomes the cocoon, and the night strangely is no longer unknown. You drift gently, not away, but into a place where rain is memory and shadows are quiet companions. Into a night that watches but never judges. Into something that feels old. The whisper will return tomorrow, or maybe the next night. You know that now it's not finished with you, and perhaps you're not finished with it. For now you rest, but the window remains, and beyond it a second whisper waits just beneath the attic floor, where footsteps carry things best left unnamed. The night is thick with rain, again soft and steady, like a secret being whispered over and over to the rooftop. You lie in the same bed, beneath the same blanket, but the air feels slightly heavier now. Not cold, not warm, just ... aware, as if the house is breathing, slow and shallow around you. You stare at the ceiling above your bed. It's quiet for a long moment. Only the rain speaks, tapping softly, tracing delicate paths along the window pane. There's comfort in the pattern, like a rhythm you've always known, like a heartbeat just outside the wall. And then the sound begins. A single creak, long, low, and deliberate. It echoes softly above you, somewhere in the attic. You pause, barely breathing. Your eyes lift again to the ceiling. You've heard this before, once or twice, but you always told yourself it was the wind, the beams settling, the house shifting in its sleep. But tonight the sound is clearer and heavier. Another creak, then another. Footsteps, not running, not sneaking, just walking, slow, purposeful, too heavy for an animal, too patient for a storm. Your breath stills in your chest as you listen more carefully. The steps pause. For just a moment, the attic is silent again. But you know silence isn't empty. It's a space between thoughts, between breaths, between footsteps. And sure enough, the walking begins again. You tell yourself it's nothing. It has to be nothing. But you also don't move. The steps move across the ceiling, following a path straight above your bed. then slightly to the left. Then they stop again, right over the corner where the attic entrance is. You picture the old pull-down hatch, the creaky ladder that no one's touched in years. You think about it, but don't get up. There's no need, not yet. The rain helps. It softens the edges of the fear, wraps it in cotton. You listen, and somewhere in the hush of the downpour, you imagine the wood above bowing under invisible weight. Not enough to break, just enough to feel it. You wonder who or what might walk that slow, measured path at this hour. But there are no answers, just the steady steps, and the long, listening silence between them. You close your eyes for a moment, trying to drift, to let the sound blend with the storm. But your ears remain awake. They're attuned, now tuned, to that faint creak of motion, and then a pause, a deeper one. The footsteps stop above you. You wait, unsure what will come next. When the creaking resumes, it doesn't follow the old pattern. This time, the sound is softer, closer to the attic door. And then, a new sound. Not a step, a knock, faint. A dull thud, not on your door, not on the window, on the attic floor. From inside, you sit up slowly. The blanket pulls at your waist. The rain continues its gentle rhythm, as if nothing unusual is happening. But your attention sharpens. You feel the room differently. Now its corners, its stillness. The silence between raindrops grows longer. You rise from bed, not in fear, in curiosity. The house doesn't resist you. The floor welcomes your step. The air brushes gently against your skin. The lamp glows quietly beside the bed, its light forming small golden islands on the floorboards. You walk toward the hallway, toward the attic. Each step feels padded, like you're walking inside a dream. You reach the hatch. Look up, the ceiling is plain. The pull cord hangs in its usual spot, but the space above feels ... watching. You don't pull it, you just listen, and again, faint, from above. Another knock, 3 gentle taps, not demanding, not angry, just present. Your fingers brush the pull cord, but you don't tug. Something tells you not to. Not yet. Instead, you press your ears softly to the wood. The attic is quiet now. Just the hush of insulation, the silence of stored memories. But you feel it, that presence, not malevolent, just waiting. Like someone in another room who doesn't want to interrupt, but wants you to know they're there. You breathe, and then a whisper. So faint, you're not even sure it's real. It doesn't say your name this time, just a sound like breath caught. In thought, you step back. The hallway feels longer as you return to your room. The shadows feel deeper, but not darker. The rain is heavier now, pressing softly against the windows, like fingertips, smoothing wrinkles in glass. You return to bed. This time, the ceiling feels different. It doesn't feel like a ceiling anymore. It feels like a floor. A floor someone is walking on, quietly, carefully. Just above, you wonder how long they've been up there. The next few moments stretch. The footsteps don't return, but the thought stays. You close your eyes again, and now you hear other things. Not loud, not clear, but something. The sound of cloth dragging gently across wood. The faint creak of a box being opened. The soft, slow hush of something breathing dust. You imagine what's stored up there: old chairs, forgotten coats, picture frames with faces you no longer recognize, and maybe something else. Something that doesn't belong to memory or time. Something that only comes awake when it hears rain on the roof. And maybe it isn't trying to frighten you. Maybe it's just walking through its own thoughts, lost in its own echo. You lie still, and for a while you sleep. Not fully, not deeply, just enough to drift. The attic creaks once more, but it sounds more like a stretch than a step. Like someone lying down above you, mirroring your position. The ceiling holds that weight again. A quiet presence, a reflection, not dangerous, just there. The storm continues outside, soft and persistent. It guards the house like an old friend, whispering through the gutters and hushing the windows. Your dreams float on its rhythm. You wonder if dreams ever drift up into the attic, if maybe, just maybe, something dreams back, and beneath you, gently, the floor groans like it knows what's coming next. A mirror that waits to blink before you do. You wake before the rain starts. It's that strange hour when the world hasn't decided if it's night or morning. The sky outside is thick and dim, a slate-colored hush stretched above the rooftops. You feel it before you hear it, that quiet charge in the air, the pause before the first drop falls, like the sky itself is holding its breath. You lie still, beneath your blanket, and listen. The house is soft around you, still, almost thoughtful. And then the first drop hits the window, delicate, almost shy. Then another, and another, until the rain begins in full, gentle and constant, like a familiar friend slipping into conversation without needing to say hello. You turn toward the window. There, across the street, beneath the old flickering streetlight, you see him. He's wearing a long dark raincoat, the hood pulled low over his head. He doesn't move, doesn't shift, just stands there, still as the post beside him, like he's been there all along. You blink slowly. You're not afraid, not yet. Maybe he's just a passerby, someone caught in the rain, but he's not looking for shelter, not crossing the street, not even glancing around, just ... watching. Not you, exactly, just the house, your house. The rain falls in soft rivers down the glass. The light from the street lamp casts a golden halo around him, but you can't see his face. Just the glint of water beading on the shoulders of his coat. You sit up in bed, not sure why. Maybe it's the way the storm seems quieter now, more focused, as if the sky itself is listening. The man doesn't move. You try to convince yourself. It's nothing, just a trick of the light. Someone waiting for a ride, but still, something about him makes the air in the room feel heavier, like his stillness stretches all the way to your window. Reaching through the rain without ever moving, you stand. Your feet find the floor like roots returning to earth. The boards creak softly under your weight, but the sound feels distant, muted by the steady hush of rain. You move slowly to the window, careful not to disturb whatever balance the moment is holding. The man is still there, but closer now, just a little, not by much, as if he took a single step while you weren't watching. You blink again, and this time you don't look away. You study him, the way the water glides off his coat, the faint shimmer of the streetlight caught in the folds of the fabric. There's something oddly calming about his presence, like an old statue in a forgotten courtyard, still watching, waiting. Your breath fogs the glass. You wipe it gently with your sleeve, and as you do, the light outside flickers once twice and then steadies. The man hasn't moved, or maybe he has. It's hard to be sure. You should feel unsettled, and in a way you do, but not in the sharp, jarring way of fear. It's slower than that, softer, like a ripple spreading outward from a stone you didn't realize you dropped. You watch him for a long time. The rain falls in layers, now soothing, steady layers that blur the world into soft edges and quiet colors. It feels like the night is wrapping itself around the figure, cloaking him in something deeper than shadow. You wonder who he is. You wonder how long he's been out there. You wonder if, maybe, he's waiting for you. A sudden thought comes to you, gentle but persistent. He knows you, not your name, not your face, but something older, something beneath. You step back from the window. Your heart is slow but awake. The room feels untouched, yet observed. You glance around, everything is as it was, lamp on, blanket rumpled. The quiet breathing of the house undisturbed, and yet it feels like someone just left the room. You walk to the door and glance down the hallway. The air smells faintly of rain, though no windows are open. That same damp, earthy scent of night, of wet leaves and waiting things. You return to the window. The man is gone. The streetlight flickers once, then holds steady. There's no movement outside now, just rain tracing paths down pavement and glass alike. The kind of rain that makes the world feel folded in on itself, safe and small like everything that matters is happening right here in this room. But still, you feel it. Not fear, memory, as if you've seen him before. Not here, not exactly, but in a dream, in a window. In a moment just like this, you lie back in bed. The mattress feels cool, the sheets soft against your skin. You close your eyes, but your mind lingers by the window. You picture him again standing still, letting the rain soak through the world. Around him, and then, a sound, not footsteps, just wet. A soft dripping, not from outside, but somewhere nearer. From the hallway, you sit up again, slow and quiet. The air is different, now cooler, like someone just opened a door to the outside. You step out of bed, drawn not by fear, but by that same slow pull you felt earlier. You walk softly into the hall, your steps featherlight on the floor. A small trail of water leads from the front door, just a few drops, shining faintly in the dim light, like beads of glass left behind by something careful, deliberate. You reach the door, place your hand against it. It's cold. You check the lock, still latched, still closed. You press your ear gently against the wood, and for a moment, nothing, then dash very faintly on the other side. A breath, just one, not yours. You step back, slowly. Your breath steady, there's no knock, no voice, just silence now. Silence wrapped in rain. You return to your room. The window is still fogged in places. The streetlight glows like a distant candle in the dark. And somehow, you know, he's still out there, not just watching, remembering something you forgot. You lie back once more. This time, you let your eyes close without resistance. The sound of rain becomes the rhythm of your breath. The soft hum of the storm becomes your blanket. The house sleeps, but you don't feel alone. You feel accompanied, not haunted, not watched, just gently kept. And somewhere outside, beneath that flickering light, a rain-soaked figure stands still in the hush of the storm, waiting not for you to wake, but for you to dream. And while you drift, you wonder what else waits quietly in reflections, ready to blink before you do. The storm returns tonight with softer feet. It doesn't burst through the sky. It whispers across the rooftops, its voice a hush of velvet and fog. Rain taps the windows gently, like fingers that don't wish to be rude. The air smells of moss and memory cool, sweet and still. You lie in bed, warm beneath layers of blankets, and listen. The wind doesn't howl. It drifts low and slow, like someone humming a lullaby into a locked drawer. The rain is constant, but calm. No thunder, no lightning, just the steady rhythm of falling water. And something else, a sound that doesn't quite belong. You hear it faintly, just a shift in the silence, like fabric brushing a wall, like breath held too long. Then, 3 soft knocks, they come from your bedroom door. But they aren't knocks, not really. Not made of knuckles or wood. They sound like pressure, like presence, like something pressing from the other side. Not hard, not loud, just there. You don't move, you wait. The knocks do not return, but the stillness does. You glance at the door. It's closed, as always. The handle untouched. The light beneath it steady. Nothing stirs, but you feel it, like a shadow too thick to be from light alone. You breathe slowly, sinking yourself to the sound of the rain. It helps, it always does. The tapping outside, the softness of it, like the house is being gently rocked to sleep. And yet, your thoughts stay near the door. You wonder who or what would knock like that, without urgency, without sound, just a gentle test, as if asking permission without words. You close your eyes, and for a moment, sleep begins to pull you in. But then again, knock, knock, knock. Still soft, still slow, but no less present. Your eyes open. You sit up slowly. The rain doesn't change. The wind doesn't answer. But the knock has left something behind this time. A sense of expectancy, as if something now waits for your response. You step out of bed. The floor is cool beneath your feet, but not cold. The air brushes against your arms like a curtain pulled gently aside. You cross the room, slow and quiet, until you reach the door. You press your ear to it. Nothing. Not breath, not movement, just the hush of rain and your own heartbeat. You wait a few more moments, then turn the handle and open the door. The hallway greets you like a memory, still and dim, painted in shadow and golden light. The house stretches, ahead in silent corridors. No footprints, no sign of passage, but the feeling remains. Something was here, or maybe still is. You step into the hallway. The walls seem to breathe beside you, wood expanding softly with the dampness of the storm. You walk past picture frames that you never remember choosing, down a runner that always seems longer when you walk it alone. Then you notice it. The light beneath the attic door is flickering, not out, not bright, just unsure, as if something is standing between it and the bulb above. You pause. You don't go upstairs. Not tonight. Instead, you return to your room. You close the door gently behind you. But something is different now. There's a faint line on the inside of the door. 3 vertical streaks. Not scratches, not paint. Just slightly darker than the rest of the wood. Thin, subtle, like shadows that didn't want to leave. You brush your fingers over them. The texture is no different. The surface remains smooth. But the marks are there, soft as breath, unsettling in their simplicity. You back away, climbing once more beneath the covers. The lamp still glows softly, casting warm circles on the floor. The room is quiet again, but charged with thought. You feel it in your chest, not fear, but the echo of being noticed outside. The rain continues. You close your eyes, trying to let the rhythm carry you, lull you back to softness. And slowly it does. You begin to drift, but just as your thoughts begin to dissolve into dreams, there is a sound. Not at the door this time, but at the window, a knock. Just one. Your eyes open slowly. You turn your head. The glass is fogged along. The edges. A bead of water runs a perfect line down its center. And just beyond the fog, for the briefest moment, you see it. Not a hand, not a face, just a shadow. The shape of something that shouldn't reflect, and then it's gone. You don't rush to the window. You stay where you are. There's a strange comfort in the way the night moves tonight, like something's learning how to speak again through wood, through glass, through the quiet press of presence. You realize something. Lying there, the knocking isn't asking to be let in. It already is. It's just reminding you that the house listens, too. That the shadows move not to scare you, but to speak. That sometimes it's not footsteps you hear, it's waiting. You turn onto your side, tucking the blanket beneath your chin. Your breath slows, and behind your closed eyes, you imagine the knock again. Not loud, not harsh, just soft. And somewhere deep in the walls, in the spaces behind silence, you feel it. A pulse, a presence, a shadow waiting not to frighten, but to be seen, and beneath the hush of the storm, something whispers its name, not in sound, but in stillness. It's not gone, just elsewhere. For now, you let yourself drift again, this time into the warm rhythm of falling rain. And somewhere outside, the mirror waits its surface quiet, its corners deep. It does not knock, but it remembers morning, comes slow and grey, wrapped in clouds and the lingering hush of last night's rain. You wake gently, like a leaf turning on quiet water, your eyes open to soft light and stillness. The world feels paused, as if it's waiting for you to notice something, and you do. Not right away, not as you stretch or sit up, but as you step into the hallway, rubbing sleep from your eyes, your gaze settles on something that doesn't belong. A door dot at the end of the hall, just past the coat closet, a place you've walked by hundreds of times now, stands a door you're sure wasn't there before. Its wood is dark, the paint slightly chipped at the edges, as though it has aged while no one was looking. The knob is round, brass, unpolished. There's no sound behind it, no draft, just presence, still and waiting. You blink once, then again, the door remains. You walk toward it slowly, your bare feet quiet on the floor. The hallway narrows slightly, here, though it never used to, or maybe it always has. And the walls are simply drawing closer now that you're seeing the truth. You stop just before the threshold. The door stands still. You don't touch it, not yet. You look around toward the bedroom behind you, the attic ladder above, the window at the end of the hall with fog still clinging to the glass. Everything is in its place, except this door, and yet it doesn't feel wrong. It feels like it was always meant to be here, like it waited for the right night, the right dreamer, the right you. You reach for the knob. It's cool to the touch, not cold, just enough to feel real. You turn it slowly. The door opens without resistance. No creak, no groan, just a soft exhale, like the room behind it has been holding its breath. You step inside. The room is small, square, windowless. The walls are panelled in a faded grey wood, the kind that might have once belonged to a ship or an attic long forgotten. The air is thick with the scent of dust and something older, like dried leaves in a book you haven't opened in years. There's no furniture, no light fixture, only a mirror. It hangs on the far wall, oval with a tarnished silver frame. You approach slowly. Your reflection greets you, but something feels off. The light inside this room seems to bend slightly, like water over glass. Your image shifts subtly with each step, not quite in sync. When you tilt your head, it mirrors Hubert, just a fraction too late. You pause a few feet away. The mirror is not dusty, but your reflection looks tired, not physically. Something in the eyes, a gaze that remembers too much, or not enough. You stare at it, and slowly, your reflection lifts a hand. Not your hand. It moves too slowly, and then stops. Halfway up, the real you doesn't move, and in the quiet, you feel something behind you. You turn quickly. The door is still open behind you, showing the hall exactly as you left it. No one is there, but the air feels different, now warmer, like someone just stepped out and left there. Warmth behind. You look back at the mirror. Your reflection stands with its hands still raised, but you never moved. You take a step closer. There's something behind the reflection now. A flicker, a movement. A figure standing just behind your mirrored self, tall, indistinct, more like a ripple in the air than a person. You strain to see, but the figure never quite resolves. It doesn't feel threatening, just watching. You reach out your hand toward the glass dot. It doesn't resist you. Your fingers touch the surface, cool and smooth. But instead of pressing against it, your fingertips sink slightly in, like water. You pull back instinctively. The mirror ripples softly, then calms. You look. Again, the reflection is gone. No face. No figure. Just the room behind you, perfectly still yet wrong in ways you can't explain. The angles are slightly off. The shadows fall in the wrong direction. You step away, and the moment you do, the mirror fogs, slowly, deliberately. A message. Appears faint letters traced by an unseen hand. You watch, unmoving, as the words form. You've been here before. A breath catches in your throat. You don't remember being here, but something in your chest stirs. A memory not made, but inherited. The mirror clears again, erasing the message like it was never there. You turn around. The hallway still waits. You step out of the room and close the door behind you, and when you look again, the door is gone. Just smooth wall where it once stood. No knob, no seam, nothing. You run your hand over the surface, but there's nothing to feel. Just the familiar texture of painted wall, silent and still. You return to your room. The rain has started again, soft, insistent. The window fogs as you lean close. Outside, the street is empty. The streetlight flickers once, then steadies. The night hums. You climb back into bed. The sheets feel colder than before, as if touched by another's hand. But you don't mind. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm of the rain settle around you again. The memory of the mirror lingers, clear and strange, but somehow comforting. Not everything needs to be understood. Some doors open to show you what you already carry. Some rooms appear when you're ready to find them, and maybe you have been there before. Even if you don't remember when, the sound of rain becomes louder, then softer again, like waves returning to shore. You drift between thought and sleep, and just as you fade, you hear a soft creak, a sound from the hallway, familiar, footsteps, bare, slow, not yours, but they don't pass your door, they pause, right where the room used to be, and from behind your closed eyes, you sense it a shape standing before the wall, waiting for the door to return. The rain begins again, just after midnight. Not loud, not sharp, just a curtain of water, falling soft and straight through the stillness. You listen to it for a while, your eyes half closed, the room gently dimmed. Everything feels held in place, like the world is on pause, waiting for you to notice something below the surface. The wooden floor beneath your bed creaks softly, even though you haven't moved. A stretch, not a protest. As if the house is adjusting around your breath. You lie still and let the quiet return, but then another sound, fainter than the rain, fainter than thought. You hold your breath to hear it. It comes from beneath the floorboards, a whisper, muffled but close. You can't make out words on the tone, calm, patient, not calling, not crying, just speaking. You sit up slowly. The floor is cool beneath your bare feet, smooth and slightly damp with the breath of the night. You walk quietly to the center of the room, where the old boards shift slightly beneath your step. You kneel and place your hand flat against the wood. The whisper grows clearer. Still no words, just the shape of speech. Like wind learning to talk, you lower your ear to the floor. The boards are warm now, not unnaturally, but in a way that feels plays alive, as if someone on the other side is pressing their hand exactly where yours rests. And then the voice becomes clearer, your name spoken softly, as if through memory. It doesn't startle you. It feels almost expected. The voice is yours, but not quite. Like an echo caught in another version of this night. You stay still, breathing slow. You feel the wood rise and fall faintly beneath your palm, like a heartbeat deep within the floor. The voice whispers again. You're listening now, it says. Not out loud, but inside the grain, in the spaces between. You whisper back, though you're not sure why. What are you? The voice is quiet for a moment, then replies, what you? Buried. You pause, not in fear, but thought. The words hang gently in the air like mist, soaking into your skin rather than striking it. You close your eyes and listen deeper. The voice shifts, tones bending like old wood in wind. It doesn't feel human anymore, but it isn't inhuman either. It's something remembered, like the smell of the attic, like dreams that follow you out of sleep. Why now? You ask, the voice answers, almost smiling, because you're soft enough to hear me. You press your ear closer. There's a sound beneath the voice, now like pages turning, or maybe wings, or maybe memories brushing past one another in a long-forgotten hallway. The voice speaks again. You forgot me, but I didn't forget you. You don't respond this time. Not because you're afraid, but because you're trying to remember. Something buried in the rhythm of childhood, the sound of toy wheels rolling on wood, of lullabies hummed in rooms that no longer exist. You ask a final question. What did I forget? The voice is quieter now. Your way back. A floorboard, just beneath your hand, shifts gently. You lift it. There's no dust beneath, no cobwebs. Just a small, square, hollow lined with dark cloth. Inside it, something familiar. A small, carved box. You don't remember placing it there, but your fingers know how to open it. Inside, a single key, warm, cold. Its shape oddly comforting, like it belongs not to a lock, but to a feeling. You close the box and return it to the hollow. The voice hums softly beneath you, as if satisfied, as if returning to sleep. You press the board back into place, and then the room grows quiet again. The house exhales around you, its breath deep and slow. The whisper fades, not gone, just resting. You lie back down. The key rests now on your nightstand. It glints faintly in the lamplight, like it remembers something you don't. You watch it for a moment, feeling the weight of its purpose, even if you don't yet know what it opens. Outside, the rain continues, more gentle now, more intimate, as if it's falling just for you. You close your eyes, and just before sleep takes you, the voice returns, not beneath the floor, but behind your eyes. This time, it doesn't speak in riddles, just one clear sentence. You're not alone in this house. You don't open your eyes. You don't need to dot the warmth in your chest, the key beside you, and the memory beneath the floor. They're not warnings, they're invitations. And somewhere in the quiet dark, something old and kind and strange waits behind another door you haven't yet found. The rain comes and goes tonight, like a visitor unsure if it should stay. It arrives in waves, light, then heavy, then light, again pressing gently against the windows, whispering through the cracks of your room. Each drop feels like a word you almost understand. You wake not from sound, but from stillness, the kind of stillness that feels placed, as if someone smoothed it over the room while you slept. You blink slowly and sit up. The lamp beside your bed glows a dim amber, casting long, soft shadows across the floor. Everything feels exactly as it should, and yet slightly shifted, like a painting just barely askew. Then your eyes fall on the mirror. It stands quietly in the corner of your room. You've walked past it 100 times, brushed your hair in front of it, adjusted collars, studied the curve of your own tired eyes. But now, it watches, not literally. There are no eyes in the glass, no faces peeking back, but the air around it feels expectant, like the mirror has been waiting. Not for you to notice it, for something else. You get out of bed slowly. The floor creaks beneath your feet, that familiar soft sigh the house gives in the quiet hours. You walk toward the mirror, careful not to break the moment. Your reflection meets you, but something about it is wrong. Not obvious, not dramatic, just ... delayed. You tilt your head slightly to the left, and in the mirror, your image does the same, but a breath later. You blink, your reflection blinks back, but not with you. It happens after. A second too late, like it had to see you do it first, before remembering how. You step closer. The mirror's surface shimmers softly, not with light, but depth. It feels more like a window now, not just a reflection, a threshold, as if beyond the glass, a room, like yours, waits in a version of this night that hasn't quite happened yet. You raise your hand toward that surface. Your reflection does the same, but higher, slightly off angle. Its hand doesn't mirror yours. It reaches upward, top corner of the glass. You freeze. It feels like the moment just before thunder, full of weight, full of pause. The glass begins to mist over, but not from your breath, from within, faint at first, like condensation forming on the other side. Shapes take form, slowly walls, shadows, a flicker of movement. You see a version of your room, but dimmer, older. The walls are lined with picture frames you don't own. The lamp in the corner has a crack, yours doesn't. And in that other room your reflection still stands, still watching, still waiting. Except now it smiles. Not wide, not eerie, just a small, sad smile that doesn't reach its eyes. You whisper, "Who are you?" The surface of the mirror ripples softly, as if stirred by your voice. Your reflection tilts its head, not in response. In recognition, it lifts a hand again, this time holding something. A key. Your breath catches. It's the same key you found beneath the floorboards, but older, tarnished, darker, as though it's been used. The reflection presses the key gently against the inside of the glass. It doesn't pass through. It just holds it there, a memory, waiting to be remembered. You reach for the drawer beside your bed. The key still rests there, cool, real, heavy in your palm. You return to the mirror and lift your key. Hold it toward the glass, and for one breathless second your key and its match. The mirror hums, low and steady. A vibration you feel in your ribs more than your ears. Then your reflection does something unexpected. It turns away, not out of fear, out of invitation. It steps back into the dim room beyond the glass and moves to the side. And now, for the first time, you can see what was behind it. A door, small, wooden, and carved with faint symbols. The kind of door you'd see in a dream you only half remember. The kind that hums before you even touch it. Your reflection steps aside fully, watching you now not as a mirror, but as a guide. The room behind the mirror darkens slightly. The door flickers like a candle in wind. You lean in, pressing your palm against the glass. It's warm, and then you see it. Your own breath. On the other side of the glass, a fog forming from a mouth that isn't yours anymore. You step back. The mirror clears. Your reflection is gone. The door, too. Only your face remains now centered, calm, yet changed. The eyes that look back at you seem more curious than yours, more knowing, and behind those eyes, something else waits. Not to take your place, to return something you lost. You don't speak again. Not tonight. You step away from the mirror, the key still warm in your hand. You lie back in bed, tucking the blanket beneath your chin as rain softly resumes against the window pane. It's gentler now, less insistent, like it understands you've seen enough for one night. You close your eyes, but the image lingers, not of the reflection of the door. It wasn't threatening. It didn't glow or shake or whisper. It just waited, like it had always been there, but you only just remembered to see it. And the key in your hand now feels heavier with purpose. Maybe you've already opened it once. Maybe you've never opened it. Maybe both are true. And just before your breath settles fully into sleep, you think, what if the mirror's not copying me? What if it's showing me what I will do? The house feels quieter tonight. Even the rain falls gently, as if walking on tiptoe across the roof. You lie still beneath the blanket, your breath soft, your thoughts half wrapped in the folds of sleep. Outside, a breeze rustles through leaves you can't see, but somehow know are there. It's the kind of night that doesn't push, it pulls. Gently, persistently. You sit up slowly, drawn not by sound, but by a feeling. The hallway, it hums again. You open your door with care. The knob is cool in your hand. The hinges don't creak. It swings open like it's been waiting, and there it is. Dot at the end of the hallway, the window. You've passed it countless times, glanced at it, forgotten it, but now it draws the eye. Now it glows. The curtains are open wide, not flapping, not moving, still, as if something just stepped away. Beyond the glass, the night stretches dim and grey, with a fog that clings, low and thick, across the trees. But there's more. A light, soft, faint, pulsing. It isn't from the street lamp. That bulb burned out months ago. You remember because no one came to fix it. This light is different, gentle, organic, like it breathes. You walk toward the window. Each footstep feels padded, muffled by something thicker than air. The hallway seems longer tonight, narrower, but it welcomes you. The closer you get, the more the light pulses, not blinding, just steady, like the beat of a slow, calm heart. You stop a few feet from the glass, and in the space between pulses, you feel it, a presence, not outside. Behind you, you turn slowly. No one is there, just the hallway behind you, soft, familiar, empty. You face the window again. The light continues, on, off, on. You press your hand against the glass. It's warmer than it should be. And then your reflection moves. You freeze. But the figure in the window doesn't. It stays still for a moment longer, staring back with a face like yours, but not yours. The mouth is softer, the eyes more tired. Then it raises a hand, not to wave, to point Dot down. You glance toward the floorboards beneath the window, and for the first time, you see it. A small seam in the wood, a square panel, no bigger than a shoebox, just visible under the faded hallway runner. You kneel. The wood gives easily as you press against it. It lifts without effort, like it wants to be found. Inside is a velvet pouch, deep green, tied with a silver thread. You open it slowly. Inside, a lens dot round, old, the kind used in telescopes, or clocks, or eyes that see differently than yours. You lift it to the window. The light pulses once more. You raise the lens, and the world beyond shifts. Not changes, reveals. Through the lens, the fog lifts. You see what it hides. A path, narrow, leading into the woods across the street, and standing at the start of that path, a figure, small, still, cloaked in shadow. It does not wave, it does not move, but you feel it watching, not with malice, not with urgency. With patience, you lower the lens. The light in the window dims. The pulse slows. You glance back toward the hallway. It's unchanged, but you sense something new, not beneath the floorboards, behind the walls. A direction maybe, or a memory. Dot. You look out the window again, this time without the lens. Only fog, that the figure is gone. The light no longer pulses. You place the lens back in the pouch and return it to the small hollow. As you close the floor panel, you hear a soft click. Not from the wood, from somewhere inside the wall, a lock or an opening. You rise and walk slowly back down the hallway. The hum beneath your feet is softer now, less urgent, as if satisfied, as if a box has been checked. A circuit closed. You return to your room, gently shutting the door behind you. The lamp still glows. The mirror still reflects. The key still rests beside the bed. And though nothing has moved, everything feels closer now, as if the space around you has inhaled, drawing something unseen just a little nearer. You lie down again. The pillow cradles your head as the hush of the rain returns. Outside the window, the fog remains. But you know what lies behind it now, a path and a watcher, not waiting for you, waiting for you to remember. You close your eyes. The darkness is warm, deep, familiar, and just before sleep takes you, you hear a whisper, not from the window, not from behind you, from within the lens you never looked through long enough. It says your name once, And then, gently, you're almost ready. The air tonight feels different, still cool, but thicker, full of memory. You lie in bed with your eyes open, listening. The rain has paused, replaced by a hush that almost sounds like someone thinking just beyond the walls. You're not afraid. You're listening to a soft glow catches your eye. You sit up slowly. It's coming from beneath your bedroom door, not the warm amber of your bedside lamp, not the pale blue from moonlight. This glow is golden, gentle, pulsing like breath. It spills across the floor in a quiet wave, moving slightly with the shape of the hallway outside. You step out of bed and approach. The floor is warm tonight, not hot, not strange, just welcoming. You kneel beside the door. The glow flickers faintly, brushing against your fingers as if it sees you there. You press your ear to the wood at first. Nothing, then faint sound. Footsteps, slow, measured, but not coming to the door, walking past it, as if the hallway has grown longer again. You stay still, listening to each step fade and return, back and forth, not pacing, not lost, just keeping watch. You open the door gently. There is no one in the hallway, but the light remains. It spills from a door you haven't seen before halfway down the hall, just opposite the attic ladder. You walk toward it. Each step makes the glow grow warmer. It doesn't hum exactly. It murmurs, as though the light itself is speaking in a language you once knew. The door is slightly open. You push it gently with your fingertips. Inside is a small room, one you don't recognize. The walls are papered with a soft, moss-colored design. The floor is stone, not wood, smooth and faintly reflective, like the surface of a still lake. At the center of the room, a single lantern. It floats in the air, not high, just above waist level, glowing gold, its light pulsing in time with your breath. You step inside. The door doesn't close behind you, but the air shifts cooler now. A ripple across your skin, like walking into water that already remembers your name. You approach the lantern. Inside its glow, something moves, not a flame, a shape, shifting, changing, a memory perhaps, or a reflection you've never seen before. And then words appear in the light, not spoken, written, glowing, briefly against the inner glass. Not all rooms belong to the house. You stare, unsure what to answer, unsure how to answer. The lantern flickers again. New words take their place. Some belong to you. You take a slow breath. The air smells like dust and cedar and something else. Soiled pages, maybe. Forgotten letters. Ink left open overnight. You reach toward the lantern. It tilts slightly, as if bowing. And then, without a sound, it begins to drift toward the far wall as it moves. The wall begins to change. It becomes less solid, less wall, more doorway. A circle of light appears soft and incomplete, as though waiting for you to decide whether it should open. You step closer. The lantern floats to your side, pulsing steadily. The wall ripples, like a sheet touched by wind. And now you see something beyond it. Not clearly, just enough. Shelves, books, a desk, a figure sitting still, head bent over a journal. You cannot see their face, but you feel the familiarity in your chest, like a name whispered long ago and only now remembered. The lantern brightens, urging you forward, but something inside you pauses. You're not ready, not yet. You reach toward the glowing doorway, but not. To enter, to close it, your hand brushes the light. The wall stills, solidifies, the lantern dims softly, not disappointed, just patient. It returns to the center of the room. The words glow again inside its glass. Soon, you turn back toward the hallway. The house greets you again, like a place. Not startled by your return, the warm light beneath your bedroom door still spills outward, but now you notice. It no longer comes from a lamp. The lamp is off. The room is dark. The light is coming from the mirror. You step back inside and close the door gently behind you. The mirror stands exactly as before, but now glows from within. No reflection, only light dots, soft, golden, familiar, not beckoning, not pulling, just being, like it has always known this moment would come. You sit at the edge of the bed, facing it. The key rests beside you. The lens waits in the hallway. The door you didn't walk through remains, somewhere in the wall, and the figure behind the glowing doorway still writes in a book you've never seen, with a hand that moves just like yours. You lie back slowly. The rain begins again outside, softer than ever, as if the sky itself is falling asleep. You close your eyes. The light doesn't fade. It waits. You wake in the soft middle of night, not startled, just drawn upward from sleep, as if a thought returned before your body did. Rain murmurs against the glass, a steady hush that seems to fall inside the house as much as outside. The mirror is dim now, no longer glowing. The key beside you hasn't moved, yet it feels heavier, like it's begun to remember what it unlocks. You sit up, guided by a quiet certainty. Tonight feels different, not louder, not clearer, just ready. You leave your room barefoot, the floor warm beneath your steps. The house doesn't creak as you move, almost as if it knows not. To interrupt, you walk the hallway by feel. The air smells faintly of dust and ink. You pass the place where the window glowed, the place where the door wasn't, the seam in the floor, where the lens now rests, unseen but waiting, and then you find it. Not a door this time, just a narrow alcove at the end of the hall. One you've never noticed. Maybe it's new, or maybe it always hid in the shadows until tonight. Inside the alcove is a small table, old, worn, its legs slightly uneven, but it stands still. And on top of it, a journal. Its cover is dark green leather, bound with a thin black cord. No title, no mark, but your hand knows how to reach for it. You sit before it. Though no chair waits, the house holds you in place. You untie the cord. The pages smell of memory, faint tea stains, here and there a corner slightly burned. Some lines underlined in graphite, others struck through. But what you notice most are the words. Your name appears on the first page, not written as a heading, not called out like a letter, just spoken quietly in the middle of a sentence. ... And if you are reading this, you already know that your name has been spoken softly beneath floorboards, behind walls, and through the fog that never forgets. You blink, you turn the page. More handwriting, still yours, but not quite. The style is familiar, the slant of the E, the looping G, but the voice behind the letters feels older, like it learned something you haven't yet. It tells a story, one you don't fully recognize. A walk through the woods that ended near water, a mirror found beneath the roots of a tree, a door that disappeared when touched too soon. You read slowly, and with each line, You remember not fact, but feeling, as if the journal is describing dreams you once had but never wrote down. Then the words stop, dot, mid-dash sentence, dot halfway down the page. Blank space stretches below them. You stare. The ink seems fresh, without thinking. You reach for the pen that wasn't there before, but now rests beside the journal. It's warm. You press it to the page. At first, nothing comes. Just a pause. A breath. Then you write, I don't remember this, but it remembers me. The ink dries instantly. You wait, and then below your line, new words appear. You didn't write them, but the pen is still in your hand. That is enough for now. Not all memory lives in the mind. You lean back slightly, not startled, but curious. The journal breathes quietly beneath your fingertips. Not literally, but it feels alive, like a heart tucked between its covers. You flip a few pages forward. Blank, blank, blank. Then a page with writing already there. You didn't turn far enough to reach it, but it waited for you anyway. It reads, you will find the door again, but it will not look like a door. You will walk through it without knowing, and only remember afterward. That is the way of runes built from thought. You let your fingers trace the edge of the page. The journal feels endless, though your hand confirms it has only so many sheets. Still, the weight of what's unwritten presses heavier than the words already placed. You turn to the back. The final page is folded, sealed with wax, dark red, stamped with a symbol you don't recognize. An eye closed, surrounded by leaves. You don't break the seal, not tonight. You close the journal slowly, gently tying the cord again. The pen vanishes as your hand leaves. It, as if it was never meant to remain. You stand, and this time, the chair beneath you scrapes quietly against the floor. There was no chair before, but it knows it's time for you to go. You step back into the hallway. The alcove behind you fades, not disappears, just retreats back into the part of the house that isn't always there. You carry the feeling of the journal with you. Its weight lingers in your fingers, though it's no longer in your hands. You return to your room. The mirror reflects you again. Only you, but the light within it is still soft, like a candle burning in another room. You lie down. The key waits on your nightstand. You place it under your pillow, not for safekeeping, for remembering the rain. Returns, quiet and close, as if it too has read your name in the pages, as if it too has been waiting to know what happens next. And as sleep returns, slow and thick and kind, you hear it again, a scratching, not frightening, just steady, a pen across paper, somewhere beyond the walls, writing your thoughts before you think them. You wake without knowing why. There's no sound, no light, just the feeling that something has changed in the room. The rain outside has stilled, replaced by a dense silence, the kind that feels padded, as if the world is wrapped in blankets and holding its breath. You don't rise right away. You lie there, blinking slowly, eyes adjusting to the shadows. The mirror reflects only darkness now. The key rests cool beneath your pillow. The journal you left in the alcove feels close, even though it remains somewhere else in the house. And then you see it not in front of you, to the side. On the far wall, a rippled dot just beneath the wallpaper. You sit up. The paper has always been faded on, old floral pattern. Leaves winding in soft spirals, nothing sharp or memorable. But now, there's a section where the design doesn't align. Just off-center. Like something beneath it stretched, and the pattern failed to follow. You step out of bed. The floor is unusually quiet. Beneath your feet tonight, as if it knows this. Moment should arrive softly. You cross the room. The air near the wall is cooler. Not cold, cool, like morning breath before the sun wakes. You kneel, running your fingers gently over the warped patch. There's a bump, rounded, smooth. You press your hand to it. It moves. Not sharply, just reacts, not like something just beneath the paper shifted. You pull your hand away, and for a moment it stays still. Then the bump tightens and blinks. You step back instinctively, not in fear, but wonder, because it didn't blink like an eye made of flesh. It blinked like memory, like recognition. You stare at the wallpaper, your breath soft. The eye doesn't open again, but now you notice more. A faint line, curling outward from the spot. A crease in the wallpaper. A seam, one that's never been there before. You run your finger along it, slowly and under your touch. The wallpaper peels, clean, silent. It lifts like it's ready, and behind it, a different wall. No brick, no plaster, just a surface painted a deep, endless grey. A single symbol drawn across it, a closed eye, encircled by vines, the same as the wax seal from the journal's final page. Your chest tightens, but not with fear, with recognition. This isn't something new, this is something returned. You press your palm against the symbol. The paint is dry but warm, and then a sound softer than a whisper from inside the wall. A slow, steady beat, not knocking, not scratching. A heartbeat. You lean in closer. The wall breathes. Inhale, exhale. You whisper, "What are you?" The wall doesn't answer, but the floor does. A low vibration rises beneath your feet. A hum, like the house is speaking without using words. Like it wants you to know, it sees too. You sit down, cross-legged in front of the wall, and the pattern begins to return. The vines slowly reappear across the grey surface, not drawn, grown, emerging from the symbol, curling outward, filling the space. But this time, the design feels different, alive, and within the vines, shapes form, eyes closed, all closed. As if sleeping, you count them softly under your breath. 7, 7, eyes hidden in the loops and spirals of the vine. Each one no bigger than a coin. Each one gently rising and falling with some hidden rhythm. And then one opens. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just a slow lifting of the lid. A black iris surrounded by a ring of faint gold. It doesn't blink again, it just watches you. You don't move, you don't need to. You're being seen, without judgment, without danger. Like a guardian who's finally returned from a long sleep. Another eye opens, then a third. Slowly, thoughtfully, you close your eyes in response, and the room hums, soft and low, a chord played by silence itself. You feel warmth on your forehead, a light pressure, like a finger gently resting there, a pulse when you open your eyes. All 7 are watching, but they do not threaten, they witness, and in their gaze you feel memory stirring the lantern, the lens, the whisper behind the floorboards, the reflection that moved before you did, the book that answered your hand. It all leads here to this moment, this wall, these eyes, this watching. You feel a word arrive in your thoughts, not whispered, not spoken, just known. Threshold, the vines begin to pull inward, slowly drawing back, toward the center symbol. The eyes close again, one by one, until only the original eye remains. The symbol pulses once, then all goes still. The wall fades gently into darkness. The vines withdraw. The seam in the wallpaper reappears. You press the paper back into place. It seals without glue, like a door closing itself. You return to your bed. The house breathes gently around you, not loudly, just enough to let you know it's still awake, even if it's letting you sleep. The mirror shows only you. The key stays quiet beneath the pillow, and in the back of your mind, 7 eyes close softly, drifting back into dreams. You lie down and let the blanket pull itself heavier over your chest. The night is deep again, the silence complete, but beneath the wallpaper, the heartbeat remains. Steady.com. Waiting. You move through the house with the hush of someone dreaming, not sleepwalking, not awake, somewhere in between. The rain has stopped. The sky above is quiet, dark and full. You can almost hear it breathing beyond the ceiling, a distant rhythm that slows to match your own. You step into the hallway. Everything is where it always is. The worn rug beneath your toes. The faded paintings hung just a little too high. The faint scent of wood, polish and age. The house is unchanged, but the feeling is not. You glance toward that stairs, and there it is, that small wooden clock, tucked on the narrow table by the banister. You've passed it every day, glanced at it, sometimes even wound it. The kind of quiet, object that keeps the house feeling whole. Never loud, never broken. But tonight, something is different. You don't hear ticking, you hear slipping, not a skip, not a grind, a soft, sliding sound, like hands brushing backward across silk. You step closer. The clock is still, the glass face fogged, slightly from within. You wipe it gently with your sleeve, and then you see it. The hands are moving, but not forward. They are counting down backward, each second sliding silently into the one before it. You stare, entranced. The numbers don't glow. There's no magic here, just quiet rebellion. Time moving in a direction it shouldn't. A stream folding in on itself. You reach to pick it up. It's heavier than you remember. You turn it over. There's an engraving you've never noticed before. Not lost, just returned. The second hand ticks once more backward, and suddenly a sound behind you, a creak, not from the stairs, from the door you passed earlier, the one to the closet beneath the steps. You glance toward. It closed, but not quite. The latch sits ajar. You set the clock down carefully and approach the door. Your hand rests on the knob. Cool, smooth brass. It turns easily beneath your fingers. Inside, darkness, but not deep, not threatening, just still. You step in, letting the door ease closed behind you, and as it clicks shut, the space around you stretches. It's no longer just a closet, it's a hallway. Narrow, lined with clocks, all ticking backward. You walk slowly, each tick pulling gently at your thoughts. You don't remember how long you've been walking. Time feels soft here, like it's unraveling and reweaving itself around your footsteps. Pass a tall grandfather clock. Its pendulum swings in reverse, and within the glass face, your reflection stares back, but younger only slightly, eyes softer, posture looser, a version of you that hasn't yet seen certain things. You blink, and the image shifts. Now you are older, just slightly wiser, tired, but kind. You step back, heart slow and steady. These are not tricks, they are reminders. You continue forward. 1, Small clock hangs from the ceiling by a string. You must duck beneath it. It reads, "Now is the oldest it has ever been, and the youngest it will ever be." You smile without meaning to, further down the hallway. Another door waits. You press your hand against it. It opens inward, without sound, inside a room filled with mirrors. Not tall, not grand, just simple. Glass, framed in wood. Each one set on a small stand, tilted slightly toward the center. And in the middle of the room, a chair. You sit. The mirrors surround you. Each one flickers softly, with images not quite your own. A laugh you forgot. A night you never had. A place you almost went. The mirrors are not showing you the past. They are showing you the could dash have dash bins. You close your eyes. You feel the ticking still, far off, like wind across water, when you open your eyes again. The chair is gone. The mirrors have turned away, and the door behind you is open once more. You stand and walk back through it. The hallway has shrunk again, just a closet now. You step out into the house, where the clock still rests on the table. By the stairs, its hands now still. Time has finished whatever it needed to undo. You reach out and set the clock, gently upright. It begins to tick again forward, this time as if nothing strange ever happened. As if everything strange was meant to. You turn back toward your room. The hallway feels longer than it should, but it guides you gently. Without misstep, you pass the place on the wall where the pattern once blinked. You pass the mirror, quiet now, but not empty. And when you finally return to bed, you carry nothing in your hands, but your thoughts are full. The rain returns, soft. Forgiving, you lie still, eyes half closed. The clock ticks downstairs, not loudly, not urgently, just enough to remind you. Time isn't always a line. Sometimes it circles back, to catch something we missed. You don't mean to wake up. You're warm, comfortable, the blanket wrapped just right. The room is still, the rain's soft against the windows, and the night air smells faintly of pine and distant water. But something speaks, not loudly, barely more than a breath. A sound that doesn't come from the walls or the door, but from beneath. You dot the floor. You lie still, eyes half open, listening. There it is, again. A murmur, soft and low, almost like the shifting of old beams under pressure. But different. There's intention in it, a rhythm. Words you can't quite make out. You sit up slowly. The boards don't groan beneath you. They welcome you. You kneel beside the bed and press your hand to the floor. It's warmer than usual, faintly alive. You lean closer, ear against the cool. Wood grain, now you can hear it clearer, though not louder. A voice, gentle. A whisper, not speaking to scare you, speaking to you as if it's been waiting. The words come slowly, old, faint, not English, but somehow understood. A story not told. In full, but in pieces. Names you don't know. Places that feel familiar. And between the word spaces, long pauses, like the voice is listening to. You run your hand along the edge of the bed, feeling for that small seam, the one you remember from earlier nights, where the floor once opened to reveal the lens in the hallway. There you lift it gently. There's nothing inside now, but the voice grows. Louder, you lower your face toward the opening, and you see it, a soft glow flickering. Not like a candle, like breath. You reach inside, not with your hand, just your attention. You don't have to touch it to feel it responding. A presence below the wood, not trapped, not lost, just remembering. The voice rises now, just slightly. You begin to make out phrases. Before you were here. ... The house knew your name. Double quotes. ... Not. All roots are in the ground. You whisper softly, what are you? No answer, but the glow shifts, and the floor beneath you hums gently, as if forming words from pressure instead of sound. A thought forms not spoken by you, not spoken to you, shared. You have always been here. You sit back, letting the panel fall quietly into place. But the voice remains, not loud, not outside, inside the house, inside the walls, inside the walls, inside you. You leave your room, barefoot again, guided by instinct. The hallway hums. You pause near the window that once held a pulsing light. Now, only fog. You pass the sealed wallpaper, now smooth again, like the eye behind it has closed to rest. And then your feet stop, not because you chose to, because the floor asks you to. You're standing on a new board, narrow, faintly raised, not noticeable during the day, but now you feel it clearly. You kneel, tracing the edge. It lifts. Inside, a sheet of folded parchment, old, crumbling at the corners, tied with a black thread. You open it carefully. There are words, faint, but legible in the silver moonlight that filters through the hallway window. You are the echo of a name once whispered here. You are the final story the house remembers. Beneath the boards, the roots grow in reverse. Speak, and they will answer. You fold the parchment and tuck it gently into the pocket of your robe. And then, one more sound. Knocking, but not on the door. Not on the walls. On the walls below. 3 soft knocks. Measured, respectful. You walk to the center of the hallway. Near the attic ladder, another scene. This one wider. You press your hand to a hand. The boards ripple slightly, like something breathing in. The house is not surprised. The house is ready. You pull upward, a panel lifts. Beneath it a spiral staircase, stone, steps, descending into dark. You hesitate, but the voice is calm. Not urging, just waiting. You begin the descent. The stone is cool. The air smells of damp earth and old books. And then you reach the bottom, a room, circular, walled-in shelves filled with dust-covered objects, keys, feathers, letters, broken watches, bits of string, memories, collected, preserved, in the center of the room, a chair, and beside it a voice, still whispering, not from a mouth, from everywhere you sit. The voice softens, folding itself into words you now understand. You came back differently this time. The stories you bring are not yet finished, but we remember the shape of them. The chair vibrates gently beneath you. You close your eyes, and in the silence, something leans close. Not a person, not a shadow, just a shape of thought. It asks, what do you want to remember? You think of the journal, the mirror, the lens, the clocks, the sealed letters still unread. You think of the figure in the fog, and your voice comes not from your throat but from somewhere deeper. You answer, everything. The whisper pauses, and then, we will keep going until you reach the last room, the one without a door. You open your eyes. The objects on the shelves no longer gather dust. They gleam now, polished by memory. Each one turns slightly toward you, as if they too are listening. You rise, and the whisper quiets. You climb the stairs again, not rushed, not afraid, just awake. You return to your room. The key glows faintly beneath your pillow. The rain begins again soft, rhythmic, almost melodic. And beneath the floorboards, the voice no longer speaks. It sings, not a song with words, just M-E-M-O-R-Y-A, lullaby written. In the bones of the house, you lie down, and somewhere below, something listens with you. You dream of walls that breathe, not in fear, not in pain, just gently, like lungs that remember the shape of old air. When you wake, it's still dark, but the darkness feels fuller, like something is being held just out of reach. The rain has paused again, but the sound of water remains, not from the sky, but from inside the house. A distant dripping, rhythmic and soft, like a tap on the edge of sleep. You rise, the air tastes like cedar and ink. You follow it, not with urgency, just trust, down the hallway, past the familiar points, the sealed wallpaper, the quiet mirror, the clock that once moved backward, and then you stop, not because you find something new, but because you don't start. There should be a wall here, a flat panel between rooms. But now, only space, a blank stretch of hallway, smooth and untouched. Number, door, no handle, no seam, yet it feels like a room. You know it, in the same way you know the shape of a thought before it becomes words. You reach out, your hand meets, resistance, not solid, more like the surface of still water, not letting you pass, but aware you're there. You whisper, I see you. The space flickers just slightly, like it's breathing, in dot, and then a shift, a ripple. You step forward. The hallway folds around you, gently, without pressure. One moment, you are standing in one place, and the next, you're inside. No wall closes behind you, no door seals, but you're enclosed just the same. The air in this room hums, not audibly, but beneath your skin. It smells of candle wax and something faintly metallic, like forgotten keys. There is no light source, yet you can see not clearly, softly, as if everything in the room exists more in memory than in the present. There are objects here, scattered across the floor. You kneel to look. A broken compass, a torn page with handwriting that looks like yours, a single glove, a coin melted smooth on one side. All of it feels familiar, but not from life, from dreams. The center of the room holds nothing, just a circle of faint lines drawn on the ground. Loops, curves, half symbols, like a language only the house speaks. You sit within it, not by choice, not by command, by invitation. The room exhales, and in the space where a door should be, something appears. Not a person, not a shape, a presence.com. Ancient, reflective, you don't see it with your eyes. You feel it with your thoughts, and it begins to speak, not aloud, inwards. You have walked through every room we built for you. You've seen what was kept hidden and what was never meant to be found. This place is the heart. You swallow softly. The circle beneath you warms. You brought memories with you when you arrived, and left pieces of yourself in every room. Now, the house remembers your shape. The presence leans closer though. There is no movement. Not all who enter this house get this far, but you have listened. You have asked, gently. You have stayed. You speak aloud, softly. What is this room? The presence answers, this is the room that was never built. It has no frame, no hinges, no key. It only opens for those who have lived it already. You sit in stillness. The ceiling disappears. Not visibly, but in your senses. The room opens above you, stretching into skies as dark, and then it begins to echo. Not with your voice, with voices that once lived here, slept here, dreamed here. Soft whispers return, layered gently. Don't forget the lantern. Not all rooms have floors. There's something behind the third step. He only knocks when you're not listening. You close your eyes. The voices fade again, not silenced, just tucked back into the walls. The present speaks once more. The next step is not through a door, it's through remembrance. When you leave here, you'll return a little differently. The room pulses gently, like a heartbeat beneath your feet, and the presence fades. You stand slowly, unsure if you've moved at all. But when you open your eyes again, the hallway is back. Quiet, still, but shifted. You are not where you were. The wallpaper now holds no eye. The mirror no longer glows. The hallway feels emptier, not in a hollow way, in a ready way. You step back toward your room. The rain hasn't returned yet, but you sense it coming, like a curtain waiting to fall. You lie down, wrapping yourself gently in the quiet. The key is gone from beneath your pillow, but you don't feel loss. You feel release. You breathe in the hush. You breathe out something old. And for the first time since the whispers began, the house sleeps with you. Not watching, not listening, just resting. Because even haunted places need to dream. There is no dream. Tonight, only stillness. You don't wake because something calls you. You wake because it's time. The rain outside has faded into mist. Not even droplets now, just a breath. Against the window, soft as the hush between heartbeats. You rise, the air is cooler. Not cold, just clean. The house hums beneath your steps, quiet but awake. As if it's been waiting for this moment, with gentle patience. You move through the hall. There are no new doors, no glowing mirrors, no open floorboards or unseen stairways. Just the house. As it was, as it is. You walk past the place where the wallpaper once blinked, past the closet that led to the staircase made of stone, past the hallway that once held a doorless room. All the strange places have settled, but the air remains expectant. You reach the far end of the house, a place you've never stood before, not because it was hidden, because you simply never looked. The hallway ends here, but the walls do not. Beyond, the final frame is something not quite a room, not quite outside, just open. You take a breath and step through. The space beyond the house feels wider than it should. There are no floorboards here, only fog, soft beneath your feet, like walking across breath or memory. There are no walls, yet you feel enclosed, not trapped. Held ahead of you, a shape tall, still. You don't see it clearly. It's not made of light or shadow. It's made of presence. You walk toward it, no fear, no question, only understanding. When you're near enough to feel its weight, it speaks, not in words, in knowing. You have reached the end of the house, but not the end of what it remembers. You say nothing, but your thoughts are open, and it hears them all the same. It continues. Some houses are built with wood and stone. This one was built from your footsteps. Every creak, every breath, every glance. You made this house real. You look down, your feet leave no footprints here, but you feel the places you've walked, all of them. Now you may choose, the presence says gently. You may return to your room and sleep, or you may walk forward where the house ends, and find what dreams built it in the first place. You look behind you. The house is still there. Every room, every shadow, every forgotten object with a name only you remember. You smile, not because you've solved anything, but because you've listened, you've walked softly. You've asked nothing of the dark but its story, and it gave you more than you expected. You turn back to the presence it waits. It will not follow. This part is yours alone. You step forward. Each step feels lighter, not weightless, but free. The fog curls around your ankles, then fades away. The space grows wider, but not emptier. Shapes begin to form, not rooms, not doors, not doors. Memories, the lantern, the whisper under the floor. The man in the raincoat who never moved. The page that wrote back. You see each one again not as visions, but as feelings. Moments stitched into the air like threads in fabric. You walk gently through them. You begin to hear something new. A sound you haven't heard in all your nights here. Not rain, not whispering, not knocking. Birdsong, dot distant, high, dot clean. Dot clean, dot you look up. The sky above is still grey, but it's thinning. Becoming morning, soft light seeps through the edges of everything. The house is far behind. Now not lost, just no longer necessary. You close your eyes, breathe in and let it go. You feel the weight of every step you took, not pressing down, but lifting you forward, and then you find it. A final space, not a door, not a wall, just a threshold. Made of memory, it doesn't open. It recognizes you and steps aside. You walk through. The light doesn't grow brighter. The dark doesn't deepen. It just changes. You feel yourself become quieter, not smaller, just more still. Like the moment just before sleep or just after waking, a space between. You don't know what's next, but you are ready. You are always ready now, and somewhere behind you, the house you built by listening. The last room softly folds closed. I was paid $50,000 to dine with a stranger. I was broke as shit. Flatlined financially, emotionally, existentially, whether by poor choices in my youth or plain old shit luck. Life spat me out straight from high school and onto the streets. Drugs. Followed rehab, then relapse. I drifted from couches to shelters to squatting in abandoned homes. Steady income. Never heard of it. So when I saw the email, I almost deleted it without reading. I figured it was just another rejection for one of my poorly written job applications until the header caught my attention. Dinner with me for $50,000. I'm not exactly attractive. Even before addiction wrecked the few good features I had. I didn't have much going for me. My eyes had sunk into my skull like they wanted to disappear. My skin had forgotten what hydration felt like. So this email, ridiculous. I had no looks, no resume, no justification for being chosen. But I'd just left a shelter, and 50 grand was a dream bigger than anything I'd ever held. So I read on. It was from a domain I'd never seen before. The message read, "Dear recipient, I trust this message finds you well. I invite you to join me for dinner at asterisk 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 asterisk. This is not a romantic offer. You will be compensated handsomely for your time, provided you adhere to the following terms. Remain for the full meal until I pay the bill and escort you out. Do not pay for anything yourself. Wear formal attire. If you don't own a suit, one will be provided at the entrance. It will fit. Any breach will void all compensation. To accept, reply. A time and date will be sent. To decline, disregard this." Message. Did it seem insane? Absolutely. But desperation makes fools of us all. The kind of fool that doesn't ask for explanation, just a fork and a seat. So I replied, "Hello, Shepherd. Thank you for your generous offer. I accept your terms and will be there. May I ask a few questions about this proposition? Again, thank you." I didn't expect a response. Maybe a phishing scam, maybe nothing. But seconds later, a reply came. Monday at 6 p.m. at questions may be asked at dinner. Thank you for your cooperation. More cryptic bullshit. That's when I gained the smallest amount of common sense and decided to look into whoever this guy was. This was clearly his business email, so I googled the domain S&K Compunction Firm. I was expecting some big group of lawyers off the name alone. But nope, no law firm. Just a single office tucked in a strip mall. No products, no services. Just a photo of the branch manager, despite the fact that the office barely looked big enough for 2 people, and the title implied multiple locations, yet I couldn't even find a second one. What did they do? Solutions? No specifics. Just that one word. I thought about backing out. Probably should have. But when you've got nothing left, hesitance starts looking like a luxury. I had nothing to lose. So I took the chance. Between drug-fueled and getting my ass kicked once or twice, Monday crept up on me like bruises do. Slow, unseen, then sudden. I didn't have anything formal, so I threw on the only white button-up shirt I owned and some grey slacks. Both had stains I couldn't explain, and no iron had graced their surface in years. Still, they were the fanciest clothes I had. None of it mattered. The second I hobbled into the restaurant, the greeter, if you could even call them, that handed me a dry-cleaned suit without a word and pointed to the bathrooms. I took the hint. This suit seemed expensive. Real Men's Warehouse type shit. It fit perfectly, just like the email said. Too perfectly, actually. The cuffs landed exactly at my wrist bone. The collar rested like it knew my neck shape already. I didn't have the time or money to question it. I walked back out. The place had a strange charm. Soft lighting spilled across tablecloths in smooth pools of warmth. Ornate picture frames lined the walls, filled with abstract paintings that felt a bit too familiar. Wood trim hugged every surface. Big, glittery curtains hung heavy like a wedding reception. It smelled like artificial plants and faded fabric. Soft jazz floated through the air and brushed against my ears as I scanned the room. I realized something unsettling. When I first walked in, there were at least 4 tables of people laughing. and enjoying themselves. It had been noisy and lively, but now silent, empty, like a bell had rung that only I hadn't heard. Just a few bartenders, the mute greeter, and one bald man in a suit eerily similar to mine. I already knew who he was. His photo was the only thing of note I'd found when looking up the domain. The branch manager. I approached his table and, before I could ask if he was expecting me, he gestured to the chair across from him. He was an older man, maybe 50, with sad, droopy eyes. His nose was so thin and pointy it looked like a shark's fin. He seemed to have no nostrils at all. His jowls fluttered slightly as he spoke in a soft, low tone. "Thank you for coming, young man. It's good to finally see you," he said, extending an arm for a handshake. I tried my best to sound steady and firm, despite my rising anxiety. Thank you, sir." The conversation that followed was surprisingly pleasant. The food was better than almost anything I had ever had, decadent and strangely nostalgic, as if it had been made just for me. He asked about my childhood, my current working conditions, and my family life. Most of these memories weren't pleasant, but it felt good to have someone simply listen. I reached a point where I started letting my guard down. He never interrupted, never judged, just watched Dot. Then he got serious. He grabbed my wrist just as I lifted my fork. His grip was ice cold but steady, and his tone dropped. "What is something you wish you had never done?" "What?" I was shocked by his sudden seriousness. He didn't respond, he just stared, still and waiting. I swallowed. I stole from my mum when she was dying. I was supposed to take care of her and protect her, but I spent her money on the stuff she told me to quit. A waitress appeared silently, depositing a small porcelain bowl before me. Inside sat a single seared scallop resting on a streak of bright red pepper, coulis, its color staining the white plate like the shame I carried. The scallop's tender flesh gave way to a flash of heat, a reminder that some wounds never fully heal. A whisper of lemon zest lifted the flavors. He nodded, no judgment in his eyes only. Something quietly accepting, then stood and excused himself to the restroom as he left. I took a breath and tried to shake off the moment. Then I noticed it. The chandelier above us had one more bulb. Just one. The light it cast bent slightly at the edges, stretching the shadows under our plates. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, back to normal. Mostly, the jazz had slowed by a fraction notes, now lingered a second longer than they should. He returned, looking subtly altered. His right side appeared younger and tighter. The left side remained unchanged. A crease near his mouth had vanished, and his smile felt less weighted. He asked again, gently, "What's the kindest thing you've ever done?" I told him about a homeless kid I had let sleep in my car on a freezing night. I didn't know his name and didn't want anything from him. I just locked the doors and stayed up until morning in case someone tried anything. While his gaze lingered, another course arrived. A hollowed apple cradled a warm butternut squash soup, its sweetness tempered by sage oil. The apple's crisp rim framed the velvety broth, echoing the way I had sheltered that boy from the cold. Each spoonful felt like a soft promise of safety in a world so devoid of it. This time, as he listened, something in his face responded his. Left eye seemed brighter, and the left side softened. He looked younger somehow. Maybe the light was playing tricks, or maybe the room had grown darker. He asked another question. "What's the worst lie you've ever told?" I hesitated. I had promised myself I would never recall this memory. Yet I felt compelled to tell the old man. When someone close to me overdosed, I could have saved them. I saw them but was frozen in fear, thinking I could be just like them. When the police came, I told them he was already dead when I got there. He nodded, again still no judgment, just listening. I'm not sure how, but as I spoke, a new corpse appeared. A translucent steamed dumpling sat alone, its skin almost too delicate to touch. The moment I pierced it, a smoky, chilly broth gushed out, scorching my tongue with the sting of my lies. The gentle wrapper dissolved into nothing, leaving only the burn of a secret I thought I'd buried permanently. Then he stood and walked away, slower this time. His chair creaked slightly as he rose, and the floor beneath it curved outward in a way that made no physical sense. As I waited, I saw the wallpaper behind the bar begin to bubble faintly, like heat was pressing against it from inside. The curtains seemed heavier. The picture frames on the wall had begun to tilt, each at a different angle. Not much, but enough to notice. Enough to make you wonder. The waitstaff didn't change plates. The glasses refilled themselves, and I started noticing something impossible. Everyone in the room had his face. Not exactly, but similar, like a family of clones degraded with each repetition. The bartender blinked with one bulging eye, and the hostess's smile sagged like melting wax. When he came back, the distortion had grown wider. His jaw was uneven, one side shriveled, the other taut as barbed wire. The contrast on his face was more than physical now, it radiated something deeper, like halves of a personality. That couldn't agree. He sat, eyes scanning me as if measuring the weight behind my silence. I wasn't sure if he was evaluating my soul or just admiring the way panic settled into the corners of my posture. His voice arrived softly, almost reverent. What memory do you miss the most? It took me a moment, not because I didn't know, but because I was afraid to admit how fragile the truth had become. I used to swim in Lake Michigan every summer, I said slowly. With friends, we'd throw ourselves off docks and scream about sea monsters and cold sandwiches. It was stupid, but I felt safe, like I didn't owe anything to anyone. Shepard's good, I glistened. A tear formed and trailed down the brighter side of his face. It lingered at his chin and disappeared into the folds. The darker side remained unflinching, its socket almost hollow now. I stared at him, unsure whether to thank him or run. He didn't speak. He just stood, his movements slower, this time calculated, weighty. The chair creaked like it hated being left alone. This bathroom break felt longer. The silence thickened, and the music was barely audible. The overhead lights dimmed again, and this time they pulsed faintly. One of the picture frames fell sideways. The bartender wiped the same spot over and over, face devoid of emotion, eye bulging slightly. The wallpaper near the entrance was peeling, tiny tendrils reaching outward like roots. A fly circled the wine glass beside my plate, but never landed. Looping endlessly, I felt my chest tighten. Shepard returned. This time, he didn't sit, he loomed. His face was wrong. The symmetry had given up. One eye bulged fully, twitching in quick spasms. The other was practically sunken. His mouth hung slightly open, but no breath escaped. He said nothing for several seconds, just watched me. Then finally, "Would you like dessert?" I stood, almost instinctively. "I think I need the bathroom," I said. He nodded slowly. "Take your time." The restroom was too quiet, the mirror too clear. I leaned forward, expecting to see my own ruin reflected, but instead, behind me in the mirror, Shepard waited. not in the room, but in the reflection. His body was stretched, taller than before, suit shimmering like the surface of a pond. He smiled, both eyes twitching violently. I didn't scream or move. I just stepped back out, numb. The dining room was nearly gone. The walls had peeled upward toward the ceiling. Tables melted into spiraled masses of dark wood and cloth. The floor rippled like liquid stone. The curtains had vanished entirely, leaving a strange static haze where windows had once been. Shepard stood at the center, calm. "You've done well, young man," he said. "Repentance is never easy. The hardest part is accepting that you are no longer part of the world you knew." My knees threatened to give out. I wanted to argue, to scream, to run, but nothing in my body responded the way it used to. Everything had slowed, except him. "What do you mean?" I managed to ask. He smiled gently, like a father comforting a child who had just asked the final, fated question. "This meal," he said, "is not payment. It's passage." "No," I whispered. "I walked here. I remember the shelter, the email." "You remember the drug," he said, cutting gently across my denial, "and the stall in the diner. You remember how cold the tile was. You remember how long it took for someone to find you." I shook my head as if it might rattle the truth. Loose, but it didn't help. My legs wouldn't move. "All we offer," he continued, "is a moment. One last conversation. One last taste. One last confession." The last of the room flaked away like ash in the wind. The table in front of us dissolved into nothing. Steam hissed upward from cracks in the floor that hadn't been there seconds before. Shepard extended his hand again. The suit he wore shimmered. Strangely, colors shifting like moonlight on ocean currents. Patterns swirled across the threads' faces, maybe, or shadows. I couldn't be sure. "You did well," he said quietly. "You were honest. That's all we ask." I felt tears on my cheek, though I didn't know how they got there. "What happens now?" Shepard looked over his shoulder. Behind him, the restaurant was finally gone. In its place, a hallway of shifting doors, some open, some pulsing with warm light, others dimmed and sealed. "Now," he said, "you choose." My baby started crying. But I don't have a baby. The rain begins like a sigh against glass, soft, familiar, gentle enough to draw you back under the surface of sleep. But you don't fall under. Not tonight. Something holds you just above the waves. You blink slowly in the dark. The room is still, shadows unmoving. The only sound is the rain's steady tapping against your window. like fingers tracing the same rhythm over and over, trying to be remembered. Then it breaks a sound, small, far, sharp, like a pin in velvet. A baby's cry, thin, fragile, carried by the air, like it doesn't belong to the walls around you. You wait. The house doesn't stir. The rain doesn't stop. But the cry comes again. This time, closer, more real. You sit up slowly, blanket falling to your lap. The room stays calm. The dark feels untouched, and yet something has entered it. Not through a door, not through the rain, through time. You glance at the clock on your nightstand. 3:12 AMA, time to deep in the night, to belong to the living. A time where only houses dream, and things forgotten try to return. You tell yourself it was the wind, or a bird, or a trick of your half-sleeping mind. But the sound happens again, and now. It's undeniable. A baby crying somewhere in the house. But there's no baby here. There never was. You rise without thinking, feet soft on the cold floorboards. The air carries a chill, but it's not from the night, it's from absence. Something missing from the silence. The hallway waits just beyond your door. You step into it, and the house exhales softly, as if it's known you were coming. The wallpaper seems darker, the corners deeper, but nothing moves. Nothing dares disturb the sound. Another cry, fainter now. You follow down the hallway, past the window with its fogged-up glass, past the photograph that sometimes shifts when you're not looking directly at it, to a door. The door, the one you never open. Not because you're afraid, but because you forget it's there, even now. You don't remember putting a handle on it, yet there it stands, waiting. You press your ear to it. The crying has stopped, but something lingers, a wetness in the air, a softness in the wood, as if someone leaned. On the other side, their breath soaking into the grain. You reach for the handle, it's cool, almost damp. You turn it slowly, expecting resistance, but the door opens without sound. The room inside is dim. Dust hangs like suspended sleep, unmoving even as the door opens. And there, at the far end, sits a crib, small, white, worn around the edges. It rocks, slowly, as if touched by a breeze. The rest of the room doesn't feel. You step inside, your heartbeat doesn't quicken. Your breath stays calm. The house wants you here. The walls don't press inward. The shadows don't deepen. Instead, there's a strange stillness, like the pause after a lullaby has ended. Before the next verse begins, you approach the crib. It's empty. No blankets, no child, only the smell of something soft, milk, maybe, or baby powder, but older, like a scent caught in wood, long after the memory is gone. Then the cry again, but this time, it comes from behind you. You turn slowly. No one's there, just the open doorway, the quiet hall, the pulsing hush of rain. You glance toward the window in the nursery. It's slightly ajar. You walk toward it. The night outside is deep and fogged. Trees sway gently, bowing to a wind you can't feel, but in the distance, far beyond the fence you barely remember building, there's a shape, small SWADD LED, sitting just at the edge of the yard. You blink, the shape is gone. The rain picks up slightly. You close the window and turn back. The crib rocks again, not fast, not frantic, just a slow back and forth, back and forth, the way someone might soothe something they once loved. You don't feel watched, you feel accompanied, and somehow you understand. This house isn't haunted. It's holding on to something, too. Someone. You kneel beside the crib and place your hand on the frame. It's warm, and for a moment you hear the softest breath. Not yours, not the house's. Just one long exhale, as if from something very small and very tired. You whisper, "I hear you." The room responds, not in words, but in memory. You see yourself, just for a second, standing in this same room, not tonight, years ago, or maybe never, holding a stuffed rabbit, rocking gently, humming a lullaby you've never learned. It fades, the crib stills, you back away, leave the door open. The hallway is unchanged, but your steps feel different, lighter, not from relief, from remembrance. You return to your room, sit on the edge of your bed. The clock reads 3:36 a.m. Only 24 minutes have passed. You lie down. The rain returns to its steady rhythm, soft, soothing, like a hush whispered through time. And for just a moment, you hear the cry again, not sad, not lost, just present. You let your eyes close. You breathe in the hush, and you wonder if the crib was always there. ... What else have you forgotten to remember? Rain greets the morning like a memory that hasn't let go. It's gentler now, less urgent than last night, like it knows you're awake, like it doesn't want to startle you again. The sky outside. Your window hangs low, grey and glowing, as if the clouds have come closer to listen. You lie still, warm beneath the blanket, eyes half-dash closed. It's quiet now, peaceful, but your thoughts drift to the door you've left open. The room with the crib, the one you never entered until last night. You don't remember closing it, and when you rise, walking softly down the hallway, you see it's still ajar, just a crack, like something within is waiting for you to return. And you do, because something calls. You back, not in words, but in rhythm, in a soft, repeated sound. A faint clink, ... clink, ... clink, ... The mobile above the crib is turning. You stand in the doorway and watch. No draft moves through the room. The air is still, untouched. Yet the mobile slowly spins, small shape dangling from its string, swaying gently, like they've been nudged by invisible fingers. A moon, a rabbit, a cloud, a bell. They dance together in slow circles, casting thin shadows that stretch across the crib. You step in. The rain sounds softer in here, like it's being filtered through something old and thoughtful. You move closer, and then you notice something. The mobile doesn't just move, it chimes very softly, and when it does, it sounds almost like your name. Not quite, but almost. The tone, the pattern, the pause before the final chimit feels personal, familiar, as if someone has whispered your name in music. You stand still and listen, and listen, and then the crib rocks once, just once, back and forth. Like a sigh, you lean over it. The crib is empty, still as ever, but it smells like last night, again warmth, powder, something faintly floral, like lavender that's been gone for years, but still lives in the corners of a drawer. You look up at the mobile again. It's slowing, but it doesn't stop. You reach up, fingers gently brushing the nearest shape. The cloud, it swings, then stills, but the mobile doesn't stop. It keeps turning on its own. You step back, something soft brushes your shoulder. You turn, no one, but the air behind you feels lived in, like someone just left the space you now occupy. You whisper into the quiet, "Is it you?" And the mobile answers, It picks up speed, one turn, two dot. Then it stops. Abruptly, you blink and hear a small thud. Something has fallen into the crib. You look, it's a photograph, curled at the edges, yellow, faded by time and sleep. You lift it gently. It shows the very same room years ago. Different wallpaper, a brighter crib, a woman standing beside it, holding a baby. You squint at the figure. She looks familiar. You turn the photo over. There's handwriting, faint, smudged. Don't forget the song, that's all. You stare at the words, but they don't explain themselves. You hold the photo close, then slide it into the drawer beneath the crib. Something tells you it belongs there, at least for now. You glance back at the mobile. It is still again, like it never moved, like it only wakes when no one sees. You leave the room quietly. The door closes behind you without sound. The hallway feels longer today, not darker, just quieter, more aware. You pause at the window. Raindrops race each other down the glass in slow trails, like messages being written, erased, and written again. You whisper softly, don't forget the song, but you don't remember any melody. You don't remember singing at all. Yet when you return to your room, humming finds your lips, a tune you didn't know you knew. And from far down the hallway, just faintly you hear it echoed back to you. Not perfectly, but enough. You lie down, close your eyes. The mobile doesn't need to be seen to spin. It knows the rhythm of the house. And now, so do you. You don't remember ever going into the attic. It's one of those places that always felt like someone else's memory, a part of the house not meant to be touched, only acknowledged in passing. A square of ceiling, you never tug. But this morning, just before the rain began again, something changed. A sound, faint, rhythmic, too deliberate to be dismissed. Not footsteps, not voices, just dot dot. The creaking of wood. A slow, thoughtful creak like something heavy, shifting its weight gently. Not out of restlessness, but routine. Something familiar, practiced like rocking. You stood in the hallway beneath it. For a long time, listening, counting the seconds between. Each creak, dot one, dot 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 dot, creak, dot one, dot 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 two, dot 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 creak. And then it stopped. But the silence afterward was louder than the sound. Had been, so you pulled the string. The ladder drops quietly, dust falling like ash from the old wood. The attic air greets you with the scent of forgotten things, old paper, cedar, and the metallic breath of rusted nails. The light bulb above flickers once, then steadies. Dim, amber, gentle. You climb slowly. Each step brings you further from the world below. The rain becomes a soft pulse, muffled by the insulation and age. The boards creak beneath your feet, but you know those sounds. They're yours. You scan the space, boxes stacked high, labeled in faded handwriting. Some you recognize names of holidays, long past school years. Things packed in moments you no longer remember living, but something else draws your eye dot at the far end of the attic. Beneath the low beams where the ceiling tilts, there's a shadow, shaped like a memory, a crib, not like the one downstairs. This one is older, wooden, darker, the kind you see in faded photographs from decades past, where the grain tells more stories than the child ever could. And it rocks just a little dot, back, dot dot dot, and forth. Even though the attic is still you, approach slowly. The dust on the floor hasn't been disturbed. No footprints, no movement, just a single trail, as if something heavy had been dragged here long ago. You follow it. It leads to the crib. You stop just in front of it. The rocking slows, stops. The mobile above it is missing. There's only a bare hook where one might have once hung. Inside the crib, something is wrapped in cloth. A bundle, not large. You reach for it with both hands. Slowly, gently. The fabric is soft, too soft to have been untouched all these years. You unfold it. It's not a baby, not even a doll. It's a book. A small cloth-bound journal. You open it. The pages are delicate. Written in pencil, smudged by time and weather, and perhaps hands much smaller than yours. Each page is a lullaby, with no titles, just soft verses. You read one aloud, not loudly, just enough that the attic listens. Sleep, little hush, in the hollow of beams, where rain tells stories and silence dreams. The crib may rock, the house may sigh, but no one leaves, and no one cries. Your voice fades, and the crib rocks once, only once, as if it remembers you turn the page. More poems, more lines written by someone who wanted to hold on to the softest parts of the night. You sit beside the crib. The attic light dims just a little. You hum one of the melodies. You don't know how you know it, but you do. It drifts up from somewhere, old in your bones. You hum, and the attic hums with you, and the rain returns. Not loud, not threatening, just there, soft and steady. Like breath, you feel something shift beside you. You turn. The far wall where the insulation breaks has a small door in it, knee-dash high. You hadn't noticed it before. Its wood is paler than the rest of the attic, like it was placed there more recently, though covered in the same dust. You crawl toward it, careful not to disturb. The quiet. The handle is shaped like a moon. You turn it, the door creaks open with a sigh. Inside is a smaller room, not quite a room. More like a pocket of space, not too small to stand in, but just big enough to hold one thing. Second crib, identical to the first, but empty, and this one is broken. One of the legs snapped, one side cracked. Its mattress is torn. A small ribbon peeks out from the stuffing blue and faded. And next to the crib, on the floor, is a music box. You reach for it. You hesitate, then open it. It doesn't play a melody. It whispers, just once. Your name spoken the way a parent might say it in the middle of the night. When checking to see if you're still asleep, you close the box, leave it where it rests. Back away slowly. You crawl back into the larger attic space. The crib rocks once more. You place the journal back inside, tuck it gently into the center of the mattress. You whisper the last lines of a lullaby into the space. If I forget the sound of you, remind me with the rain. Then you rise. The attic doesn't push you out. It lets you leave. It's not done remembering. It just needed someone to help it begin again. You descend the ladder quietly. The hatch folds closed above you with a soft click in the hallway. You breathe deeply. The rain hasn't stopped. It never truly does. You glance back once. At the ceiling, no sound now, but your name still lingers in the silence, and you know. The house is teaching you how to listen. It begins with a flicker, just a quick electric breath in the dark. A soft blink of blue from the corner of your room front. Enough to dismiss if you weren't already half awake. The rain has returned, as it always does. Soft at first, polite, then slowly insistent, like fingers tapping rhythmically at the roof above. You lie still, eyes open, following the gentle tap-tap of rain against the glass. Then the light flickers. Again, dot blue, dot steady, dot silent. You sit up slowly. The room is dark, save for that small glow, a soft pulse near your dresser. You squint at it. It's a baby monitor, but you don't own one. You rise, careful not to break the quiet that the rain and shadows have shaped together. The monitor's light continues to blink, soft, consistent, like it's been doing this for a while, waiting for you to notice. It sits neatly beside your books, as if it's always belonged there. You approach. It's an older model, plastic yellowed from time, a faint humming buzz under its breath, like the sound of an empty room trying to remember. Being full, you lift it gently. It's warm, alive, in a way. Then before you can set it down, the speaker crackles and laughter spills through. Not loud, not distorted, just faint giggles, soft and high, like a child hiding behind a curtain, watching something only they can see. It loops once, then goes silent. You hold your breath. The monitor hums. Nothing more. You look at the back. No cords, no power switch, no identifying label. You glance round your room. Everything else remains as it was, still, quiet, sleepy. But the rain sounds different now, more distant, like you're hearing it through a recording. You press the monitor close to your ear, and again the laughter comes, this time paired with something else. A melody, a lullaby, but broken. 3 notes repeated over and over, like a song someone once tried to remember but couldn't quite finish. You whisper, "Hello." The monitor doesn't answer, but your lamp flickers. You set the monitor down, back away slowly. Its light dims, then brightens, then the giggling returns, louder this time, and layered like 2 voices now, one above the other, one high, one lower, as if one child is repeating what the other just said. You step to the hallway. Something inside you says to check the nursery. You walk softly, bare feet on cold floors. The house doesn't resist. In fact, it feels quieter now, as if listening. With you. You pass the photograph on the wall again, the one that sometimes tilts slightly when you aren't looking. Tonight, it's straight, but the eyes in it seem ... focused, watching. The same place you are. You reach the nursery. The door is open. Inside, the crib is still. The air smells the same lavender and lullabies. And then you hear it, laughter again, but not from the monitor now, from the monitor's source. It's inside the room, no. Child in the crib, but something under it. You kneel slowly. The light beneath is soft, pale, blue. You reach, fingers brushing something plastic. You pull it out, another. Monitor, identical, except this one is cracked along the side, taped with care, as if it was once broken and someone wanted badly to fix it. You hold it in your hand. It hums, then goes silent, and behind you, the mobile turns. But it turns backward this time, slow, unnatural. A chime strikes in reverse, and all at once. The air feels thick, not cold, not warm, just charged. The monitor crackles again, and a voice speaks. One word, a child's voice, soft and wondering, again. You don't respond, but something answers anyway. The other monitor, back in your room, lights up. You watch from the nursery doorway. The blue glow blinks once, twice, then holds, and then both monitors speak at once together. In perfect unison, not words, just laughter, endless looping, like memory too fond to be forgotten. You place the cracked monitor on the floor. Whisper, "You're not alone." And as if in response, the lullaby plays again, this time softer. Complete dot for notes, and an ending. You stay a moment longer, letting the sound wrap around you like a warm blanket. Then, with slow steps, you walk back to your room. The monitor on your dresser has gone dim, silent, as if it knows its message was received. You lie back down. The rain settles again. The window fogs slightly, and from the hallway, just before your door closes, you hear the faintest sound, a single word. Not from a child, from someone older, someone remembering. They whisper, "Thank you." The morning comes slow, as if it's unsure whether to arrive at all. Rain traces its slow patterns on the window, thin rivulets gliding down the glass like long forgotten names. The clouds above stretch out like pale grey pages, blank and waiting to be remembered. You haven't opened your eyes yet, but you already know something's changed. The air feels heavier, not in a frightening way, just ... present, like a breath held too long. You shift beneath the blankets and pause. Something soft brushes your hand, not your usual blanket, different fabric, thinner, worn with time. You sit up gently, and there it is, folded neatly at the foot of your bed. A baby blanket, small, pale blue, edged with delicate white stitching. You don't recognize it, you don't own it, but you reach for it. Anyway, it's warm to the touch, though no sunlight filters in today. And when you lift it, the faint scent of something familiar clings to it, powdery, sweet and buried deep in memory. You hold it closer, lavender, ... and something else, milk, maybe, ... comfort. There's a patch sewn in one corner, a square of slightly darker fabric with initials, embroidered in fading thread. Your initials, you trace them slowly. You don't remember ever having this. You don't remember being told about it, but it feels like it was always yours. You unfold it. A small note flutters out. You catch it before it hits the floor. A scrap of paper folded many times over. The edges frayed, like it's been opened and closed more than it should. You open it. There are only 4 words, written in blocky, uneven letters. Don't forget you slept. You blink. The rain continues, its gentle tapping. You look around the room. Everything else remains untouched. Books stacked, curtains still, mirror calm and fogged. And yet the room feels ... full, as if someone was just here, maybe still is. You drape the blanket over your lap. It fits perfectly. You lean back slightly, letting it cover your knees. Its weight is nothing, but it holds you in place, like something remembering how you used to be held. You hum without meaning to, a tune you don't recall knowing, a lullaby, perhaps. And then very faintly you hear a creak from down the hall. You glance toward the nursery, but the door is shut, and yet the blanket in your lap feels warmer, as if it knows something the air hasn't yet said. You rise, carefully folding it again. When you place it back at the foot of the bed, it seems to settle, like it belongs exactly there. You head to the hallway. Your reflection in the hall mirror looks tired but different. Eyes softer. Something behind them almost ... younger. You pause. The photograph on the wall tilts again. The one of the house before it became yours. You straighten it, as always. But today, behind the photo paper, something peeks out. You gently lift the frame and shake it slightly. A second photograph slips out from behind. This one is older, color drained, edges curled. It's a picture of a nursery, not the one in your house now, but one much older. And in the crib, there's a blanket. Same color, same stitching. Your initials are visible in the corner. Even in the faded ink, you don't recognize the woman holding it. She's turned away from the camera, but there's something familiar in her posture, in the way she leans over the crib. You place the photo on the table gently, turn toward the nursery. You open the door, everything is in its place. Crib, mobile, a single chair by the window. But the rocking has started again. Not the mobile, the chair. It rocks slowly, rhythmically, though no one sits in it. The room smells the same, but deeper. Somehow you step inside. The mobile doesn't move, but its shapes seem ... rearranged. The rabbit now hangs where the moon used to. The bell is gone, and on the seat of the rocking chair, there's something new, folded gently, waiting another blanket. Not identical, but close. This one's stitched with a different name. The thread reads, Ellie. You pick it up. The scent is stronger, now warmth. Sleep, lavender, time. You sit down, blanket in hand, and the chair welcomes. You without a sound, it rocks, slow and soft, matching the rhythm of your breath. You close your eyes and hear it again, laughter, not distant, like through the monitor, but close. Just behind your ear, you don't turn, you just listen. It fades like the end of a song, and the chair stills. You rise, place the second blanket back on the chair, and for a moment it folds itself as if guided by unseen hands. You leave the room, close the door, and behind you the faintest voice whispers you remembered. You return to your room. The first blanket still lies at the foot of your bed, exactly where it was. You sit, gently pulling it back over your lap. You hum again, and for the first time, the house hums back. You wake just before the rain starts. There's a moment just before it begins, when the world holds its breath, when the silence presses in, not out of fear, but like a gentle hand resting on your shoulder. And in that stillness, you hear it, the softest steps above you, not hurried, not frantic, just ... curious. The sound of bare feet against old wood. You lie completely still, listening. The steps cross the ceiling, from one end to the other. Then pause, then continue. You live alone, the attic is empty, and the nursery is on the same floor. Not above, your breath slows, even as your thoughts begin to trace the possibilities. It's not the wind. Wind doesn't walk. It's not the rain, it hasn't started yet. You sit up, the footsteps stop, the silence returns. But it feels ... thicker now, more aware. You rise, feet brushing the floor. The blanket from last night still hangs over the foot of your bed, quiet, unfolded as you left it. You open your door. The hallway is dark, just beginning to glow with the greyness of dawn. You glance toward the nursery. Its door is shut, same as always, but you feel it now. A pressure behind that door. A presence. You walk slowly, each step quiet, careful not to disturb the hush that fills the house. When you reach the nursery, you rest your hand on the doorknob, cold, unturned. You always keep it locked. You check, still locked, still safe. You sigh, softly, but the second your hand falls away, the footsteps begin again, not above you now. Inside, small, soft, moving. Across the room, you lean closer. A floorboard creaks on the other side. Then a second, then silence. You whisper, hello. Nothing answers, just the sound of your own breath. And then a giggle, short, barely. There, like a thought slipping past your ear, your hand returns to the doorknob. It's still locked, but you hear another sound. Now, the chair rocking back and forth. You fumble for the key, unlock it. The door opens with a soft sigh. The room is empty, still the crib, untouched. The mobile frozen mid-sway, but the chair moves, not wildly, not unnaturally, just gently, as if someone had just stood up from it. You enter slowly, every part of you alert, but calm. The chair slows, then stills. The scent of lavender lingers again, stronger now, mixed with something, older, dust, time, sleep. You step to the window outside. The rain begins at last, a slow pattering against the glass, soft enough to feel safe. You glance back. The mobile moves slightly, just one shape. The bell, it wasn't there last time. It had gone missing now, it's returned. You reach for it, it chimes. Once dot and stops. You lower your hand, and then you notice something under the crib. A shape. You kneel slowly, a piece of cloth. You pull it out. Another blanket, but smaller, folded neatly. You unfold it gently. Inside is a note. Not paper, not ink, but stitched directly into the fabric. She walks when it rains. You run your fingers over the letters. They're uneven, as if stitched by a child's hand. You fold the blanket again and place it on the chair. You back away, not afraid, just ... aware. Something is returning, something that never fully left. The nursery feels different. Now, not empty, not crowded, just balanced. The chair creaks once more, then stills. You exit the room, leaving the door open this time. Back in the hallway. You pause by the mirror. You glance at your reflection. It shifts slightly. Not your movement, but something in the room behind you. You turn quickly. Nothing, just the nursery. Still and silent. The mobile frozen once again. You return to your room. The monitor is quiet, dim, but you notice something odd. Your bedroom, window fogged. Not from the inside, but the outside. Two small handprints rest at the center of the glass, pressed lightly, side by side, too small to be yours, too deliberate to be the rain. You approach. They don't disappear when you exhale near them. They stay. You place your palm over one. It fits entirely within yours. You lower your hand, and the prints vanish, just like that. You back away. The rain deepens. A low thunder rolls, distant and hollow. You sit on the edge of your bed. Listen, and once again, the footsteps return, but not above, not below. They move down the hallway, one soft step at a time, approaching, then stopping just outside. Your door. You don't get up, you don't speak, you just listen, and then a knock, soft, 3 times. Not on your bedroom door, on the nursery's, slow, polite, almost ... shy. You rise, move, quietly ... step into the hallway. No one there. The nursery door is open. You walk in, the chair is still, the crib empty, the window fogged, but clean. Only one thing has changed. A pair of slippers now sits beside the crib, tiny, worn, pointed slightly outward, as if they'd just been stepped out of. You kneel beside them. Lift one gently. It's warm, not freshly warm, but remembered warm. You whisper, "Are you here?" No reply, but the mobile begins to spin. Not fast, not wild, just soft, clockwise. As if responding, you stay a moment longer, then leave the room, slippers, untouched, back in your bed. You lie down, pull the original blanket over you. It smells stronger. Now, as if something within it has woken, you close your eyes, and this time, when the footsteps returned, they move past your door. Down the hall, back into memory, the morning arrives with mist instead of light. The rain hasn't stopped. It never truly does. It merely softens, then returns. Like breath drawn and exhaled over and over again. You sit in bed longer than usual, the blanket wrapped loosely around your shoulders, eyes half open as you listen. Today, it's the sound of water on wood that draws you, a steady patter against the porch steps, soft, predictable, but underneath it, something irregular, a tapping, not from the roof or the trees. From below, you rise slowly, your body moving gently through the sleep, still clinging to it. The wooden floor is cool beneath your feet, and the shadows in the hallway seem quieter than usual, tucked back into corners, like children told to behave. You make your way toward the front door. No rush, no fear, just quiet curiosity. You open the door slowly, careful not to let it creak. The rain has pooled along the edge of the porch, just past the overhang where the drops gather and fall in rhythmic splashes. And there, placed gently outside the reach of shelter, lies a rattle, small, plastic, pale pink with tiny faded stars, painted across the handle. You pause. You don't own this. You've never seen it before, yet something about it feels familiar. Not as if you've held it, but as if it once belonged in a story told to you long ago. You step out onto the porch, the air damp and sweet with petrichor. The boards sigh beneath your feet, and the rain shifts slightly, catching your shoulders before you stop under the eaves. The rattle doesn't move, despite the water pooling around it. It remains upright, untouched by wind or gravity, as if placed there carefully, intentionally, waiting. You crouch beside it. Your reflection glints in the puddle eyes, tired, but calm. You reach forward and pick it up. It's warmer than you expect. Not heated, just ... Not cold. You shake it gently. It doesn't rattle, it hums. Just a low tone, soft as a lullaby remembered. In a half dream, you stop moving. And still, the hum continues for just a moment longer, then fades. You look out toward the street, empty. No footprints. No signs of anyone visiting. Just the rain. But when you glance down again, you notice something etched into the porch wood beneath where the rattle lay. A single word. Yours. The grain is worn. The carving shallow but deliberate. You brush your fingers over it. The wood feels old there, softened and worn from time, but the word looks freshly written. You bring the rattle inside. Its presence doesn't disturb the room. If anything, the air settles around it. You set it gently on your desk. It doesn't roll, doesn't tilt, just sits, still humming, but only in memory now. You return to the hallway and glance toward the nursery. The door is closed, but you know better now. Closed doesn't mean empty, still doesn't mean silent. You walk past it, toward the back of the house, the guest room. You haven't opened it in weeks, but the handle feels warm now. Inviting, you twist it. Step inside. Nothing's changed, but something has arrived. A photograph sits on the WINDOWSILL. One you've never placed there, black and white, edges curled, A child's hand reaching up toward a blurred figure, mother perhaps. Only the arm is visible, the rest lost to light and time. You pick it up, written on the back, in small, careful letters. She left it in the rain, so it wouldn't follow her inside. You turn the photo over again. The child's hand is holding something, tiny, round, a rattle. You sit on the edge of the bed, photo in hand. The rain ticks along the window pane, steady, soothing, and then you hear it, again, that low hum, not from the desk this time, from the ceiling dot above. You rise slowly, back into the hallway, back toward the attic door. You hesitate beneath the hatch. It's closed, but the hum continues, soft, constant. You pull the cord. The ladder descends with a slow sigh. The hum stops. You climb carefully, one step at a time. The attic welcomes you, dim light, dust floating gently, familiar shapes. The crib still sits in the same corner, still, but beside it, something new, a small wooden box. UNLATCHE. You step closer, inside another rattle, this one wooden, carved with initials burned into its base, EMU. Lift it, it rattles gently. Not a hum, not a melody, just the sound of something, hollow and long forgotten. You return it to the box, tucked beside. It is a ribbon, faded blue, fraying at the edges. You step back, let the attic exhale and descend again. Back to the rattle on your desk. You pick it up one last time. It's silent now, but it feels ... resolved. You open your bottom drawer and place it inside, gently with care, and when you close it, the hum doesn't return, only the rain, only the quiet. You lie back in bed, watch the window fog with your breath, and though nothing moves, you feel something shift, like a presence stepping outside into the storm, leaving something behind, not to haunt, but to be held. The rain today is softer than usual. It doesn't tap. It whispers thin lines, tracing the window like veins of thought that never quite leave the glass. You sit near the nursery, wrapped in the old blanket, tracing the same patterns again and again along the seam. The rattle hasn't made a sound. Since you placed it in the drawer, the monitor hasn't blinked. The chair has stayed still, but something has shifted. You feel it beneath the silence. A new kind of pause, as if the house is waiting. You look to the hallway wall, the one with the faded floral wallpaper that never quite sticks near the baseboard. It's peeled slightly at the edge again. You've pressed it down so many times, but today you let your fingers lift it. The glue gives softly, and underneath, something waits. Not a hole, not damage, just words, etched shallow into the wood. Beneath the paper, the small letters, a name, your name, but not spelled the way you spell it. A letter missing, another, reversed. The curves unsure, as if written by someone just learning how. You crouch, brushing away flecks of old glue. The letters are faint, scratched, not carved. The lines tremble, uncertain but deliberate. You whisper your name aloud. It feels different. Not wrong, just ... Earlier, like an echo trying to find its shape. You sit back, resting your head gently against the wall. You stare at the name it stares. Back, you wonder who wrote it, and when, and why. The wallpaper folds. Quietly in your hand, you smooth it back over the name. But the knowledge doesn't leave. It's there now, a layer beneath your skin. As much a part of you as the quiet breath you just took. You Stand. Move slowly to the bedroom mirror. You look the same, but the air behind your reflection holds more now. Shadows wait with intention, soft shapes forming, not from fear, but from familiarity. You return to the hallway. Let your hand glide along the walls as you walk, fingertips brushing over stories you can't yet remember. When you pass the nursery, you pause. The door is half open. You hadn't left it that way. You step inside, everything in place, except the wallpaper behind the crib. A strip peeled down the middle neatly, deliberately. You walk over, the wood creaking under your weight, and there, beneath the paper, more letters. Your name again, but longer now, written multiple times, each one slightly different, as if practiced, as if repeated. A child trying to remember how some crossed out, some circled, one underlined, all written by the same small, trembling hand. You touch the wall, the names are cool beneath your fingers. You whisper, was it you? The crib answers with a soft creak, not loud, just enough to say, I'm listening. You sit in the chair beside it. The room is quiet but alert. You let yourself sway with the rhythm of the rain, and then from within the crib you hear it. A whisper, a single syllable, not spoken aloud, not through ears, through memory, your name, spoken as if by someone who once knew it before you did, someone who wrote it before you learned how. You look down into the crib, empty. But something rests against the mattress. A single crayon, worn, broken at the tip. You pick it up. The color is faded red, not vibrant anymore, but soft, sleepy, used too many times. You hold it in your hand for a moment, then set it gently on the dresser as you rise. The mobile turns once, a slow spin, no music, just motion. You exit the room, leave the door half open, the way you found it. Back in the hallway, you kneel again by the first wall, peel back the wallpaper one more time. The name is still there, but now another has joined it, not yours, just beneath, small, crooked, but careful, ELLI.U, say it aloud. The house exhales, the light in the hallway softens, and the floor warms beneath your knees, as if you've remembered something you didn't know you forgot. You smooth the wallpaper, back over the names, not to hide them, to keep them safe. You rise slowly, return to your room. The rain still whispers, and beneath it, you think you hear another sound. Not the monitor, not the rattle, not the chair, a pencil, maybe, scratching softly, writing. Something, somewhere just beyond the walls. Rain falls again. It has become more than weather, more than sound. It's a presence now, something steady, something watching, something ... remembering. You sit near the window, elbow on the sill, watching. The mist dance along the glass. Your breath fogs the lower corner, slow and warm, as outside the world blurs under soft grey sheets. And then, without warning, you begin to hum. You don't think about it, you don't mean to, but the melody spills out of you, delicate and low-like. A thread pulled gently from the center of your chest. The tune is unfamiliar, and yet it moves your lips like muscle memory. A lullaby, simple, circular. You try to stop, just for a moment, to think. But your lips don't still. They continue on their own, humming gently, almost absently, like you've been humming all your life. Like something is singing through you. The hairs along your arms rise, not in fear, but in recognition. It feels good. It feels wrong. It feels like remembering, something before you're ready. You lean your head against the window, humming softly, and the rain seems to join in. Each drop hitting the pane adds to the rhythm. The house hums too quietly, subtly, a resonance under the floorboards, inside the walls, like it knows the song, like it's been waiting for you to remember it. You close your eyes, and suddenly you're not sitting at the window anymore, not fully. You're rocking the creak of the chair. Beneath you, the heaviness of a blanket. Across your lap, something cradled in your arms. You don't look, you don't need to. You just hum, and the thing in your arms, whatever it is, breathes deep. Contented sighs, the kind a child makes when it dreams. Safely, you open your eyes. You're back in the room. Window still mixed it, chair still empty, but the hum remains, echoing faintly inside your chest. You rise slowly, the tune still in your throat. It follows you down the hallway, each step silent against the floor. When you reach the nursery door, the lullaby fades from your lips, but it doesn't leave. It keeps going, now. From inside the room, soft, human, not your voice, someone else, singing the same tune. You open the door, the mobile turns. The crib is empty, but the air vibrates with the melody. It doesn't come from one place, it floats, like steam filling the corners, curling around your ankles and wrists. You walk to the crib. The blanket inside has shifted, not messy, just ... touched, like someone tucked it in and left before you arrived. You hum again. The song matches perfectly. Every note, every pause you try to remember where it came from, who taught it to you. But there's no source, just presence, a memory too old to be yours. You reach into the crib. Your hand brushes something, not cloth, paper. Another note, folded into the corner. You unfold it slowly. There's no handwriting, just music, drawn lines, uneven bars, faint notes dancing across the page, but some are smudged, blotted, as if someone wept while drawing them, or perhaps sang too close. You follow the lines with your eyes, and the melody hums back to life inside. Your head, you turn the paper over. One sentence, printed in childlike letters. She sings, so she won't be forgotten. You sit down in the rocking chair. You rock once, twice, then softly begin to hum. This time, your voice joins the house. No resistance, no thought. It's not just a lullaby now. It's an anchor, a calling. And as you hum, something shifts beneath the nursery floor. Not a movement, not a noise, a knowing. Like the song reaches down into the boards and stirs. Something sleeping, you stop. The rain slows to a gentle sprinkle. You leave the nursery, note still in hand. In your bedroom, you place it on the dresser, beside the old rattle. They seem to know each other, like old friends finally reunited. And still, the melody clings to you as you slip beneath the blanket and settle against the pillows. You hear it again, not from your lips, but from somewhere nearby. Soft, hollow, carried, on breath, not your own. And yet, you feel no fear, only calm, only weightless memory, only the sound of someone being remembered. As you close your eyes, the lullaby continues, a sound both yours and not yours, moving gently through the walls and deeper still into the floor. The rain begins again in the late afternoon, just as the clouds settle low enough to touch the roof. You sit quietly in your room, not doing much of anything. The kind of sitting that's more like listening with your body, with your breath. The world outside is hushed, not empty, just waiting, across the room. The mirror catches your eye. You've passed it 1,000 times. You've used it to fix your collar, to check your tired eyes, to see if something behind you has moved. But today, it's different. Not the glass itself, not the frame, though the wood does seem darker now, soaked in something the rain can't quite reach. It's the reflection. It sways gently, back and forth. Not your body stays still, but in the glass, you move, like a boat in shallow water, like a cradle rocked by unseen hands. You tilt your head, the image doesn't follow. Instead, it rocks the other way. You rise, slowly approach the mirror. The glass is clear, clean, no fog, no dust. Just the strange slow motion of your other self, moving as if held. C-R-A-D-L-A-D, watched. You place a hand to the glass. Your reflection stops, then moves again, and now you're holding something. Just for a second, your arms curve into a shape. Your shoulders soften, and a weight presses against your chest. It's gone the moment you blink, but the sensation lingers, warm, heavy, familiar, you. Step back, the mirror stays still, so do you, but inside you. Something shifts, a memory you don't own, a rhythm you didn't invent. Like the lullaby, like the rattle, you turn away, but as you do, the mirror catches the light and the light catches a line, etched into the corner of the glass. Tiny, barely noticeable. You lean close, hold her gently. The words are shallow, scratched like a whisper left behind. You say them aloud, and your arms remember the shape, a curve, a weight, a child. You don't know her name, but your body does. You sit on the edge of the bed, hands folded in your lap, and glance toward the mirror once more. This time, it's empty. No reflection, just glass, as if it no longer needs to show you anything. You lie back, the blanket wraps itself around your legs, as if helping. The ceiling above you creaks, but not from footsteps, just breath. Just the sigh of an old house that remembers more than you ask it to. And then you hear the sound, a soft rocking dot, wood against wood. It's not the crib, it's the mirror. It's moving, not wildly, not suddenly, just gently, back and forth, swaying like it's dreaming. You approach it again, slow and careful, as if not to wake it. The base shifts with each small arc, though the floor beneath is even dot. The mirror rocks on its own, and when you look into it, this time you see a nursery behind you, but not the one upstairs, not the one in this house, a different one, older or newer. Hard to tell, the wallpaper is pale blue, the rocking chair white, and a hand rests on your shoulder in the reflection. Just for a moment, it's not yours, it's smaller. It's smaller, P-A-L-E-R, a child's hand, resting gently, then gone. You turn quickly, nothing there, but the feeling remains. Light pressure, comfort, like a thank you. You look again. The nursery in the mirror has vanished, replaced once more by your room. You kneel beside the mirror's base, press your fingers to the wood, warm, smooth, and then you see them, tiny scuff marks, the kind made by feet, two small prints side by side, as if a child stood there, watching, swaying, humming. You whisper, "Who are you?" No answer, just the mirror, still rocking, still breathing, still holding space for something not yet remembered. You return to bed as you lie down. Your arms curl once more into that familiar shape, a cradle, and though they are empty, you feel weight. Presence not, haunting. Holding, You let your eyes close. The mirror rocks until you sleep, and in your dreams, a song begins again. This time, sung to you, not by voice but by reflection. You didn't notice the bear at first. It sat quietly in the nursery corner, wedged between the rocking chair and a stack of old folded blankets, faded brown, with one button eye loose and a stitched smile that had begun to unravel along one edge. It hadn't moved, not at first, but then, one morning, it was resting against the crib. Still, you told yourself, it must have slipped blankets, shifting, vibration from footsteps. That sort of thing. The next day, it sat on the window ledge, facing out, arms at its sides, head tilted, not quite how it had been before. You didn't say anything aloud. You only paused, looked at it longer than you meant to, then carried on. But now, the bear is on the hallway floor, near your door, and you know without needing to question it. You didn't move it. No one did, at least. No one you can see, so tonight you stay awake. The rain whispers steadily, the same steady hush that's become part of you now. You leave the bear where it is. You don't touch it. You sit up in bed, light slow, blanket around your shoulders. You wait. Hours pass. The house is still. Your breathing slows. You almost drift. But then the floorboard creaks. You don't move, eyes half open, breath shallow. Another creak, closer now, then ... silence. You peer across the room. Nothing, no one, but the bear. It's gone from the hallway. You rise, barefoot and careful, heart calm, not racing, not afraid, just aware. You step into the hallway, empty. The nursery door is ajar. Inside, the moonlight cuts pale shapes across the floorboards. The crib is still, but the bear ... It sits again in the corner, just like before, like it never moved. You step forward, and the bear shifts, not on its own, from behind it. The blanket beneath crumples, ever so slightly like a hand, has pressed down and pulled away. You freeze, not in fear, in listening. The air is thick, but not heavy. It smells like sleep, like dust and cloth, and something faintly sweet, like milk warmed too long ago to remember. You kneel before the bear. It leans slightly now, its head turned toward you, its stitched mouth less like a smile and more like a thought half-spoken. You whisper, who plays with you? No reply, only the rain ticking gently on the window pane. You pick the bear up. It's heavier than it looks, not with stuffing, with presence, like it remembers more than it should. You carry it back to your room, place it carefully on the chair beside your bed. You return to the covers, curl under them slowly. The bear doesn't move. You drift, not fully into sleep, but somewhere near it, that space where thoughts float and shadows soften and then sound. Not from the nursery, from the chair. A tiny shifting, the bear has changed. Positions, its arm now rests on the armrest, its head slightly higher. You close your eyes again. You don't mind whatever is moving, it means you no harm. You can feel it. You can feel the intention, not watching, not warning, just ... wanting, like a child asking to play. You whisper again, are you lonely? The room responds with silence, but in your mind there's an image now, a child, no older than 3, sitting on the attic floor with the bear between their knees, humming softly, rocking gently. The child is mostly shadow, but their humming is real. It sounds just like the lullaby. You open your eyes. The bear is on the floor, upright, facing you. You reach down and place it back on the chair. You wrap the blanket tighter around your shoulders, and this time, you hum first, low and slow, and after a moment, the bear hums with you. Not aloud, but through the floor, through the air, through the quiet weight of the house, it joins in. You sleep, and when you wake, the bear is gone from the chair. It sits, once again, in the corner of the nursery, exactly as it had been before, waiting, but this time, a single toy block lies beside it, with the letter E carved deep into one face. You pick it up. The wood is old, the corners softened by time. You place it beside the rattle in your drawer, close it. The humming stops. The air rests. But you know tonight, the bear will move again. Not to scare, not to confuse, only to be near, only to be remembered. The rain begins just before dusk, not falling exactly, but returning like it never truly left, like it's been waiting above the clouds, just out of reach, until the moment felt right. You sit by the window, again. You've stopped turning on lights at night. The glow from the street lamp outside is enough, soft, mellow, as if the dark no longer needs resisting. Your blanket curls around you like a second skin. The stuffed bear rests on the chair beside you. The rattle, the lettered block, the lullaby, they've all become part of your rhythm now. Threads in a quiet pattern you're beginning to understand. But tonight, something new begins. It starts with the rain. Only now NIT carries words, not in any clear way, not spoken, more like shaped. The pattern of drops against the glass feels almost deliberate. You listen closely, then closer, and there so. Faint, it barely exists. You hear it. A woman's voice, it comes from beyond the window, beyond the mist, beyond what you can see. My baby. Drawn out, breathy, kind, but not familiar. You sit up straighter. Your skin tingles not with fear, with memory teasing the edge of knowing. My baby, she says again, like a song fragment caught in the storm. You whisper back, who are you? No answer, only the whisper of rain against the roof. You leave the chair and move through the hallway slowly. The light bulb above flickers once no more. You stop at the nursery. The door is open. The mobile above the crib is turning. The bear is in its usual spot. But now, on the rocking chair, something rests. A shawl, old, faded grey, damp, though the window hasn't been opened. You pick it up. It smells like time, like lavender wilted in a drawer. And something else. Something faintly sweet, like talcum powder and tea left too steep too long. You hold the shawl gently, as if it might remember how it was once worn. Then you hear her again, not from the window, this time from the baby monitor, though it's been silent for days. My baby, are you cold? Your breath stills. She's not angry, not demanding. She sounds concerned. You whisper, I'm not your baby. But even as you say it, you aren't entirely sure. The mirror in your bedroom rocks once in response, then stills, and the mobile slows. The voice continues, soft and low. Such little fingers. You used to hold my hair when you slept. You close your eyes. Something flickers behind them. A hand, small and pink, clinging to a lock of dark hair. The image disappears. You press the shawl to your chest. I don't remember you, you whisper. That's all right, she says through the rain. Her voice echoes faintly in the pipes, as if the house itself carries her tone. You were very small. You want to ask if she's real. But the question feels too clumsy. Instead, you ask, why are you here now? There's a pause, then, because. You called. You sit down in the rocking chair, the shawl still wrapped in your arms, the bear at your feet. The house breathes with you. Did I? You murmur. Yes, she says. You found the name I scratched. You hummed my song. You held. The bear you rocked in the chair. You remembered. You breathe in slowly. It all feels so close now, like a forgotten lullaby at the back of your throat, waiting to be sung again. But who are you? You ask. She doesn't answer. Instead, a new sound enters the room. A hum, the lullaby, but not yours this time. Hers, it comes from inside the walls, from below the floor, from behind the mirror. A voice without a body, a mother without a child. You close your eyes and hum along. The tune fits, like a second skin, like a memory pressing gently against the inside of your ribs. And then you feel it. Arms, not your own, wrapping around you, cradling you, gently, like someone behind the chair has leaned forward, holding you as you rock. No pressure, no fear, just warmth. Just wait, my baby. She hums once more, and your heart aches. Not in pain, in recognition. You open your eyes. No one's there. The room is quiet, but the chair continues to rock just a little, back and forth, back and forth. You rise finally and lay the shawl over. The crib's side, the fabric folds as if guided, like hands you cannot see still tend to it. You whisper, you can rest now. The rain begins to slow. The hum fades. But before you leave, the baby monitor clicks on once more. The voice is quieter now, farther away. She's waiting, you know it says. You pause who, the static crackles gently, then silence. You walk, slowly to bed. The air feels lighter, but not empty. You lie down, pulling the blanket high, and somewhere beyond sleep, the lullaby drifts through the walls again. This time, joined by another voice, smaller, newer, softer. The basement is colder than usual tonight. You descend the creaking wooden steps, slowly, one hand on the wall, the other clutching the flashlight that barely cuts through the dust-streaked dark. The air smells of old metal, drying stone, and pages no longer read. You don't know what drew you here, only that something did. Maybe it was the voice last night, the motherly hum threaded through the rain. Maybe it was the way the bear was turned around this morning, as if facing away from something unseen. Or maybe it was the dream, the one where you opened a drawer in this very basement and found yourself smaller, quieter, somehow older than you are now, staring back at you from a sheet of yellowed paper. The memory hums beneath your ribs as you reach the lowest step. The flashlight flickers once, but holds your breath fogs in front of you. You haven't opened the filing cabinet in the far corner in years, maybe ever. It belonged to the house before it, belonged to you. One of those things that felt too heavy to throw away, yet too silent to truly notice until now. You walk across the concrete floor, footsteps swallowed by the thick hush. The drawer sticks a little as you pull. It resists, like something inside would rather stay hidden. You tug again, it slides open. Papers, folders, a stack of old receipts, rubber banded together. Dusty instruction manuals for appliances no longer in the house. A child's drawing, done in crayon reed circles and stick hands with too many fingers. And at the very back, a cream-colored envelope. You almost miss it. tucked flat beneath a thick folder labeled Home Warranty minus 1969. No stamp. No handwriting, just weight. You open it, and the air stills. The paper inside is brittle at the edges, soft at the center. It's a birth certificate name, yours spelled exactly as you spell it. Date, 43. Years before you were born. Location, the name of a hospital that no longer exists. You don't remember this. You shouldn't. And yet, your throat tightens. Because it's not just your name, it's your face, affixed to the lower corner in a tiny aged photographs, sepia-toned, curled at the edges. A newborn swaddled in a blanket with initials embroidered into the hem. Yours again. You stare at the infant in the photo. The eyes look closed, or nearly so, but there's something about the tilt of the head, the faint downturn of the mouth, that feels familiar. More than that true. You run your fingers along the bottom of the certificate. The ink hasn't faded. The seal is still raised. It's official, authentic, and impossible. You sit on the cold floor above you. The pipes groan softly. The house seems to lean in. Listening, you read the name of the mother listed. A name you've never heard before, but it stirs something, like a bell far away. And the father's name is blank. You fold the paper in your lap, staring at the tiny photo again. You wonder if the lullabies, the mirror, the rocking bear, all of it, if they've been guiding you here, not to remember, but to reclaim. Because this paper isn't proof of your birth, it's proof of something else. A version of you that once was, or still is. You press your fingers to the face in the photograph. The baby's expression softens. You blink. No, it hasn't changed. But something inside you has. You take the certificate upstairs. Your hands feel lighter than they should. Like the weight is not physical, but carried in memory. You place the paper on your dresser beside the mirror. The rain falls outside. Steady now, familiar. The bear rests near the cradle. Facing the nursery window, you turn back to the certificate. The ink glistens faintly, though it's dry. You lean close. The child's blanket in the photo, the same one folded in your drawer. And, beneath it, something new. A note tucked into the envelope's lining. You almost missed it. You pull it free. 3 words, scrawled in shaky pencil. Don't forget her. The writing is small, but not a child's. It's older, more desperate. You sit on the edge of your bed and hold the note tight. You think of the woman in the rain, the lullaby in the walls, the crib, the footsteps, the bear, all of them circling. You gently, not haunting, not warning, just reminding. You look back to the mirror. Your reflection doesn't move, but the chair behind you does. Just a slight creak, like someone settling into memory. You whisper, I haven't forgotten. And somewhere deep beneath the floorboards, or in the spaces behind the walls, you feel it. Not a voice, not an answer. A breath, like someone just released a sigh they'd been holding for years. You tuck the note beneath the photograph. You don't lock the drawer. You don't close the nursery door. You just rest beneath the blanket, with your name stitched across the edge, and the rain begins to sing again. Not the lullaby. This time, something older, something slower, like the soft turning of a page no one else could read. Tonight, the rain doesn't fall in lines. It curls, loops, spins in little circles against the windows, as if trying to trace something it's forgotten. The sound isn't background now. It's center. You feel it in your skin, as though the house has become part of the storm. Or perhaps the storm has become part of the house. You move through the hallway, like you always do, or so you think, but something's off. The light from the lamp spills across the floor in a strange pattern longer than usual, bending along the grain of the wood like it's being pulled toward something. The wall ahead. Was it always that far? You pause, turn around. The hallway behind you has lengthened too, only a little, but enough to know that the house is breathing. Again, not physically, but structurally, emotionally, with the same subtle shift you feel. In dreams, when the room you thought you knew leads into another one, you don't remember building. You walk forward carefully. The nursery door is on the left, but now there's a second door, just beyond it, a door you haven't seen before, or maybe you reach for the handle. It's cold, but not locked. It opens with a soft creak, like an exhale. The room inside is small, bare walls, a wooden floor, and a mirror taller than any in the house, without a frame. Leaning against the far wall, it reflects the hallway, the crib, the light behind you. But not you, not at first. You step fully inside, and then the reflection shifts. There you are, but not as you are now. You're younger, smaller, maybe 7, maybe 8, standing barefoot in pajamas you've never owned, holding something in your arms. A toy, a blanket. No, it's the bear, the same bear from the nursery. Its stitched smile is whole. Now, you blink, the child you doesn't. Their eyes stay fixed on yours through the mirror. They don't smile, they don't move. They look afraid, and somehow you know they're not afraid of you. They're afraid with you together, bound by a fear too old to name. You step closer to the mirror. The child shifts slightly, 1 foot forward, bare toes on the wood. They mouth something. You don't hear it. You try to read their lips. 3 syllables, maybe 4. Then again, you lean in. This time, you understand. You've been here before. The lights flicker, not violently, just enough to make the room feel more like memory than space. You turn around, the door is gone. Only wall. You turn back to the mirror. Now the child is seated, rocking not in a chair. On the floor, arms around their knees, eyes wide. You know this room, not just because it's here, now because it was once yours. Before the hallways grew into their current shape, before the crib stood empty, before your dreams were lullabies, wrapped in soft fear. You kneel in front of the mirror, so does the child. Their hand lifts, so does yours. Fingers pressed together, glass between them. You don't feel cold, you feel warmth, like memory held to long, finally returning home. The bear in the reflection is set down beside them. It turns its head slightly toward you. You blink. Now you're alone in the reflection. Your adult self. Kneeling, but the room behind you is not the one you're actually in. It's smaller. The walls are closer, the ceiling lower. It's the house year ago, decades, still being lived in by someone else. A woman stands behind you in the mirror, not looming, just present. She hums. You can't see her face, but the shawl she wears is familiar. You remember its scent. You rise to face the mirror. The woman lifts a hand, not to wave, to rest on your shoulder. In the reflection, you feel it. Here, in the room, you don't. The sensation is memory alone. You close your eyes, and the hallway returns. The mirror behind you now rests against the nursery wall, back where it's always been. The room you entered is gone, but something's changed. The crib is turned, slightly, its legs angled toward the window, as if repositioned to see the rain. and inside, tucked between the blanket folds of photos. You lift it gently, its old, curled edges. A child in a rocking chair. Not you, someone smaller, holding the bear. The writing on the back is soft, faded. Day 2, she doesn't cry when it storms. You sit with the photo for a long time. The shadows along the hallway sway gently. Not like people, like curtains, or breath, or memory reshaping itself. You rise, finally, and walk the length of the hallway. It doesn't shift this time, but the walls feel closer, not to trap, to comfort, as if the house has remembered who you are, and who you were. You return to your room, place the photo beside the birth certificate. The drawer doesn't close all the way, but that's all right. It doesn't need to. You sit on the edge of the bed, eyes _LIDD, and in the corner of the room, just for a moment, you see the child again. Younger, smaller, watching, not afraid now, just waiting for you to remember. And as the rain begins to pick up again, you do. It begins before the rain. You're still beneath the blanket when it starts. The air is quiet, the house still, but somewhere, deep inside your chest, a sound stirs. Not in your ears, not in the room, but in your ribs. A low, distant cry. You place a hand over your heart. It's beating slow, calm. Yet the sound continues, soft, sharp, newborn. You sit up, and the room doesn't greet you with shadows or motion. Only stillness, and the certainty that something is trying to speak through you. Not to you, through you. You walk to the mirror. Your reflection is normal, but behind your eyes, there's a tremble, a watery shimmer you can't quite place. Then the cry grows louder. You pause in the hallway, listening. You want to believe it's from the attic again, or the nursery, or the bear. But no, it's beneath all of that, like a thread woven through every part of you. You sit in the rocker. The mobile above turns once and then settles. You breathe in, the cry fades. You exhale, it returns. A fragile sound like a name without language. You clutch the bear. You hold it to your chest, like something that might remember what you've forgotten. I'm here, you whisper. The air responds with stillness, then a flicker behind your eyes. A memory, you're small, curled on a tiled floor. Cold air through a vent. Someone is singing just out of view. You try to cry, but no one hears. Not because they won't listen, but because your voice hasn't formed yet. The cry that lives in you now. It's that one dot, old, forgotten, never heard. You rise slowly. The mirror rocks again, gently, just once. You walk past the nursery and down the stairs. The walls feel different tonight, not haunted, not hollow, just holding, like arms waiting to be remembered. You stop by the front door. Rain has begun again. A soft drizzle, like breath against glass. You place a hand on the doorknob, but don't open it. The sound outside is steady. The sound inside, your sound, is growing clearer. It's not just crying now, it's calling. You move to the living room. The floorboards don't creak. The photograph on the table, the one that showed you as a child, is missing. In its place, the shawl draped neatly, as if laid out for you. You wrap it around your shoulders. It smells of sleep. You sit. The crying inside quiets slightly. You close your eyes. The house breathes with you, and from within your chest, your voice speaks. I never left. You open your eyes slowly. The rain falls harder now, but it doesn't disturb you. You speak aloud. Who are you? The answer is not a word. It's a feeling, warmth down your arms, tingling in your fingertips. The sound of a lullaby you didn't know you remembered. Then you feel the weight in your arms, light at first, then heavier, not imagined, not spectral. Something is being returned to you. You look down, you are holding nothing, and yet to rock, gently, and the crying inside slows, as if soothed, as if heard. Finally you whisper, "I'm sorry I forgot you." And from inside your own voice, something replies, "You didn't forget. You just weren't ready." Tears prick your eyes, but you don't cry. The sound inside has quieted now, and in that hush, you begin to remember. The woman in the rain, the name on the wall, the lullaby, the eyes behind the glass. They were never haunting you. They were waiting for you to listen, for you to hold space for the silence that lived inside you. The part of you that never got to speak, never got to cry. Not then, but now. You've let her, and now she's quiet. You rise from the chair. The bear falls softly from your lap. You bend to pick it up, and beneath it, tucked under the shawl, is a single photograph. A woman holding a child. The child's face is blurred, but the woman's smile is familiar. Not because you've seen it, because you felt it in every lullaby, in every echo, in every soft breath against the window pane. You hold the photograph to your heart, and the cry inside settles into stillness. Not gone, just comforted, as if it's been waiting to be acknowledged all this time. The rain continues, but it no longer speaks in riddles. Now it just sings. You sit by the window, bare in your lap, and the mirror, for the first time, doesn't rock. Because tonight, there's nothing left to unsettle, only peace, soft, haunting peace, the kind that follows storms too old to name, the kind that lives in the bones and whispers when you sleep. You rest your head against the glass, close your eyes, and far in the distance, not in fear, but in memory, you hear the tiniest echo, a baby's laugh, just once, and then only rain. The storm has no wind tonight, only rain. It falls in long, even threads from the porch roof, spilling down like silver hair over the eaves. The sound is steady, lulling, soft. You stand at the doorway, shawl wrapped around your shoulders, the bear tucked beneath your arm. You hadn't planned to step outside, but something pulls at you gently. Not urgent, not loud, just steady like the heartbeat of something remembered. You press a hand to the doorframe. The rain greets you with warmth. Not chill, you step onto the porch, barefoot. The boards are damp. They creak, but only slightly, like they're sighing from your touch. The house behind you is quiet now. At rest, you descend the 3 wooden steps and pause. The yard is soaked, the garden overgrown, the air thick with the scent of wet leaves and turned soil. And just there beneath the willow tree near the edge of the yard, a shape, small, still not hidden, just waiting. You take slow steps forward. Rain kisses your arms, your hair, your face. You blink against it, not wiping it away. The shape becomes clearer. A child, sitting upright in the grass, unmoving, wrapped in a soft cloth, not shivering, not crying, just watching you. You stop several feet away. Your breath catches, but not from fear, from recognition. The child lifts their eyes, and they are yours. Not exactly, but close enough to feel something tug beneath your ribs. A mirror not of reflection, but of echo. They blink slowly. You kneel in the wet. Grass dot the bear is still beneath your arm. You offer it gently. The child doesn't reach for it, but they smile, not fully, just enough. You whisper, "Are you cold?" The child doesn't speak, but you feel the answer in your chest. No, not anymore. You look around the yard. The willow's branches sway slightly, but there's no breeze. Just motion without wind. Life without reason. You reach forward, not to lift the child, just to be near. Your fingers rest on the cloth that wraps them. It's soft, familiar, stitched at the edge with your initials. You say nothing, because what would words do here? This isn't a moment for answers. It's a moment for presence. You sit beside them in the grass. Rain pools in the folds of your sleeves. The child doesn't look away. You feel something loosen in your spine, like tension, held for years, has finally unraveled. You don't ask who they are. You already know, not in the logical sense, but deeper. They are what was lost, what was left behind, what never got to be held until now. You glance toward the house. Its windows glow faintly with amber light, like it's watching from the inside. Keeping guard, the child reaches out. Their hand brushes your wrist. Warm, you both stay like that for a long while. Not moving, not naming, just being. And then, finally you say, "Do you want to come inside?" The child tilts their head. Rain trickles from their curls. They blink once, then rise. Their blanket falls behind them like a shed shell. They step toward you. 1 foot at a time, you lift them gently. They weigh less than you expect, but they feel full, present, whole. You carry them back across the lawn, through the soft puddles, up the porch steps, and the moment you cross the threshold you feel it. The house changes, not visibly, but inwardly, like it inhales for the first time in years. You place the child on the rug in the living room. They look around, not curious, just calm, as if they've been here before, or always belonged. You fetch a dry towel, wrap it around their shoulders. They hold the bear now, hug it tightly. You sit beside them, leaning against the couch. The rain outside has quieted. You both listen to the patter fade into mist. No voices, no echoes. Just the room, just the breath, just the heartbeat of peace. The child leans against your side. Their warmth seeps into you. You close your eyes in the silence. A thought comes, not spoken aloud, but known. This is what was missing. Not someone else. You, the part of you that needed to be seen, heard, held. The child was never a stranger, never a ghost. Just the sound of you from long ago, waiting for the present to be ready. And now, you are. You stay like that until sleep begins to tug at your lashes. The child is quiet, the bear still. The room breathes slow, and as your head leans softly to the side, just before sleep takes you hear the faintest sound, not a cry, a hum, a hum. Lullaby from the child's lips, sung only once. For you, the rain has returned, but it doesn't startle you this time. It falls like it remembers where it left off. A soft continuation of something unfinished. You lie still in bed, blanket pulled to your chin, listening to the gentle rhythm that coats the windows and roof. It's a familiar sound now, not just calming, comforting, like a friend you forgot you missed. You feel the child's weight still curled against your side, light but present. You glance down, expecting to see the small figure from the yard, wrapped in your old shawl and holding the bear. But there's nothing there now, just the blanket, warm with memory. You don't panic, you don't move, you only breathe, because now the fear has shifted. What once haunted the corners of your home, the flickers, the whispers, The cries no longer feel like intrusions. They feel like history, like echoes that have always been here. Waiting, you sit up slowly. The house hums with the storm. The floorboards beneath your feet are warm. As if recently walked, you step out into the hallway. The light from your bedroom fades behind you, but the dark ahead is soft. You don't need to turn on the lights. The shadows make room for you. You pass the nursery. The door is slightly ajar, not creaking, not threatening, just open, like it's ready. You push the door open gently, inside. Everything is where it should be. The crib, the bed, the tiny blanket folded at the foot, and the rocking chair moving ever so slightly. You pause in the doorway. There's no one in the chair, and yet it rocks, not pushed, not disturbed, just moving, like someone still sits there, invisible but real. You enter the room. The air is warm, not with temperature, with memory. You sit down beside the crib and place your hand on the edge of the rocking chair. It stills instantly, but the moment your fingers lift it begins to rock again, this time slower that you close your eyes, and in the quiet you speak. I know you're here. The rain seems to pause, just long enough to listen. I thought I was alone in this house. I thought I was imagining things. A soft creak from the rafters above. Not footsteps, not voices, just acknowledgement. I see you now, you whisper, and somewhere deep within, you feel the house respond. Not with sound, not with movement, with knowing. You rise and move to the window. Outside, the yard is bathed in silver. Raindrops cling to the grass, shimmering like dew in moonlight, and beneath the willow, the spot where the child once sat still, but not empty, a faint indentation remains, as if the earth remembers the weight. You place your hand on the glass, and just then, behind you a lullaby hums, not from your lips, from the rocking chair, the same tune you hummed. Days ago, the one you never learned, the one you carried in your bones. You turn slowly. The chair rocks gently, no figure, no face, just presence, and you don't need to see more. You whisper, I was never alone here, and the house agrees. The hallway light flickers softly, not from a fault, but like a blink. You step into the hallway again, and with each step, you begin to notice things you missed before. Photos that were turned inward, now face forward. Books you thought you'd lost sit on the shelf, just slightly out of place. A drawing on the wall, childlike scribbles of a house. A tree, a figure holding hands with another, drawn in crayon you don't remember owning. You trace the name at the bottom, not yours, but familiar, her name. You walk to the kitchen. The table holds a teacup, empty, dry, but you know you didn't set it out. You'd smile, soft, small, private, because you understand. Now they were never haunting you. They were holding you, the house. The cries, the lullabies, the laughter, the rain, all pieces of a story that lived here long before you did. A story that somehow belonged to you anyway. You walk back upstairs into your room. You don't close the door. You leave it open just enough for the hallway light to filter in. You sit on the edge of your bed, facing the mirror. It doesn't rock tonight. It reflects clearly. You, just you, and something else behind your eyes. Peace. You lie down. The blanket pulls around. You like an embrace. The rain continues, but now instead of washing things away, it settles them, it tucks them in. The crib is still, the bear is at rest. The rocking chair hums just once, and somewhere, far back in the quiet, someone whispers, "Sleep now, we're home." A flying saucer under my bed. I think I was 10 when I first started noticing it happen. To be fair, I have always been kind of stupid, but I still don't think that is an excuse for not noticing for so long. It definitely started earlier, when I was 9, but again, big dummy here, so I didn't start putting it together until it was clearly present in my life. My first distinct memory of it was the week of my 9th birthday. My dad had already spoiled me with a pretty high telescope. He let me open it early since there was supposed to be a meteor shower in the forecast, and he didn't want us to miss it. Looking back on it, this present was almost certainly something my dad got more enjoyment out of, but honestly, I would do the same thing if I were a parent. Camouflaging your toys as a present for your kid is pretty genius. Anyway, it was a couple of days before my birthday, and we started to set it up in the backyard of our standard suburban house. Like most suburban neighborhoods in the early 2000s, the kids of the neighborhood were essentially communists, sharing a collective pile of half-broken toys, various sports balls, chalk, bicycles, etc., that always seemed to litter the identical yards of each passing house. So, after my dad finished propping up the rather hefty telescope, a crowd of sweaty, summer-stained children began immigrating to our backyard. After some scouts had peered over the fence, naturally, I was pretty pompous as I showed off what was certainly the most expensive and high-tech toy in the neighborhood. I allowed a line of kids to take turns peering into the scope and stare up at the late afternoon sky. Obviously, they couldn't see shit besides blue, but they still acted like they just saw the face of God, which only made me feel more superior. As the owner of this shared telescope, my dad nervously watched over the whole outing, begging each child to be gentle as they adjusted the scope wildly from left to right. As the evening came, all the kids began drifting home with envious goodbyes to both me and the telescope. Dinner came and went. We had lasagna that night. Funny how you remember smaller details after thinking back on big memories. Normally, I would have been in bed by 9, but this was a special night that my dad planned. We sat posted outside, well past 10 when it finally started. I was lucky my dad knew what he was doing. I had no idea how short the shower would be. As soon as the first meteor shot through the black night sky, my dad tore off his patio chair and lunged to the telescope. If he hadn't egged me over in time, I would have missed my chance to see in detail. I was so mesmerized by the distant zipping lights that I just stood there, mouth agape and head craning upward, with an urgent pull of my arm. My dad dragged me over to the scope as the shower cascaded into the dark horizon. Aiming my eye down the lens, I saw it all in its vibrant glory. Massive space boulders engulfed in a camouflaging flame shot through space, downward to some far-off location on Earth. I absorbed it all, trying to examine each meteor as it passed my field of vision. The array of crashing Christmas lights filled my stupid little 9-year-old brain with so much awe. I think I crashed for a moment, because the next thing I remember, my dad was pulling me away, whispering sharply, "Hey, hey, don't drool on it." He allowed me one more peek through the scope as the shower's short show was winding down. I wish he hadn't. I spotted the last of the shower, one petite little orb zipping by. It was much slower than the rest, which even as I thought was odd. Its trajectory almost vibrated and shifted in violent directions, and the burning trail was not that soft, golden white tail that the other meteors had. It had a short red beam behind it. I examined it with a strange cocktail of curiosity and dismay, like I wasn't supposed to see it. A sudden flash projected me away from the scope, and with a yelp, I rubbed my stung eyes. Before my dad had a chance to ask me what happened, I hurriedly peered into the scope again. The dwarven meteor was still in view, even more so as I realized it was coming towards me. My eagerness to announce the phenomenon to my dad was cut short, as he pulled me back and excitedly pointed to the night sky, its brimming stars, a static backdrop highlighting the clearly approaching meteor. It wasn't about to crash down on our house or anything. We could see it was much too far away still. My dad held me up on his shoulders to look over the fence and watch as the falling space boulder came careening into the earth, just a couple of miles from our neighborhood. With a muffled crashing noise, I saw as it landed past the tree line of the wood that lay just outside our neighborhood. There was no immense earthquake upon impact, nor a deafening nuclear-esque bang. It sounded like a firecracker going off under one of those steel waste bins you see homeless people gathered around in movies. The ambient silence of a summer night immediately continued. The rest of my memories of that night were a blur of excited ranting to my parents about exploring the crash site the next day. Before my mum announced the dreaded bedtime, Dad gave me a knowing look of sympathy as I was shooed to bed, knowing how amped up I still was about the whole experience. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a treasured father-son core memory I held warmly until my death. Then, the sun rose, and the next day began. I corralled some of my closer friends from the neighborhood, along with my best friend at the time, Mikey, to begin the expedition into the woods in search of the meteorite. Mikey was a year younger than me, something I constantly reminded him of in my vain attempt to invoke superiority. God, kids are dumb. He needed little convincing to join me, since his dad had also let him stay up to watch the meteor shower, albeit without a telescope. I wish I could remember the rest of the kids' names. Years of suppressing these memories have stifled the names and faces of all those neighborhood buddies. Friends at that age are so loyal and optimistic of one another. No past betrayals to stunt their trust. No experience with manipulative relationships to make them distant. Just full-on trust and giddy faith in their peers. It was these friends I journeyed with outside our flat suburban neighborhood into the sparse woods outlining our community. There were 5 of us total, and how we got our parents' permission to explore I will never know. Throw it up to LAX. Early 2000s parents, I suppose. Our baby brains underestimated how far the walk would be. I snatched my Spider-Man backpack of snacks before we all gathered and began our march around. 1 p.m. We didn't hit the tree line until about 3:30 p.m. In any other situation, the long, boring walk would have led to mutiny in a group of kids our age. I think the atmosphere of the situation kept us invested. The possibility of discovery and fame gripped our minds, drawing us to the final destination. One way or another, we made it. The tree line stood in front of us, and the final boss was nerves. Don't get me wrong, we heard of teenagers going out into these woods before we knew that civilization had made its way into the forest, even if it was for the gross hormonal reasons. But for us, it was uncharted territory. The comforting subconscious knowledge of our parents' presence in a nearby house was completely gone now. Nevertheless, I pushed ahead into the thin wood, egging my buddies on. They trickled in behind me, in a single file line as I marched aimlessly past the trees. Mikey trailed just behind me, his hand tugging the tail of my shirt. I remember it only took about 5 minutes upon entering before we noticed a strange whiff in the air. It smelled of burnt plastic mixed with decaying meatloaf. I followed. My nose, Mikey gripping me all the way. The stench grew until it was so thick and potent that we all had to take shallow breaths under our uplifted shirts. It was rough, but we found it a short while after. I stood over the petite crater, no bigger than a trampoline, and only about a couple of feet deep. Mikey peeked over my shoulder. A nervous, giddy energy was making him giggle in my ear. The other kids were all stoked as they gathered around. High-pitched exclamations erupted as they looked down into the little pit. I didn't understand at the time, but I did not share in that eruption of discovery. I stared at the thing, and that returning feeling came. It felt like I wasn't supposed to see it. Like it was a late-night TV station that my parents would be furious if they caught me watching. Not that it was explicitly grotesque, there was just an undertone that felt profane, something that my immature mind could not comprehend yet. Only, take note of this feeling really upset me, because the actual visual was quite silly. Inside this small crater was an even smaller object, a tiny flying saucer. Its otherwise round edges were scuffed and blackened from the intense landing the night before. Half of it was stuck in the scorched earth. The latter half poked out of the ground at a pretty comedic angle. There were 3 tiny, square, tinted windows visible from the half sticking out. An antenna protruded all bent and jagged in the air, with a red orb atop it. Overall, it looked like a toy. I could have held it and zoomed it around in one hand with ease. Nevertheless, I was still petrified at the cusp of the crater when Mikey stepped in front of me and started edging into the pit. A jolt of anger shot through me. I was the leader, after all. I should be the first to look at it up close. I reached down to grab his shoulder. As I did, my foot slipped on the charred dirt. I tumbled over Mikey before landing directly in front of the saucer. Scraped knees and elbows were the least of my concerns as I looked up into the saucer's windows, mere inches from my nose. A silhouette moved inside, ducking out of view of the tinted panel. I was frozen for a bit. I wish I could remember what was going through my head at the time, but I sure know that I bolted to my feet and came scraping out of the crater, Mikey in tow. He was clearly freaked out by my reaction and ripped at my backpack as I bolted by him. He attempted to heave himself out with me, but he tore off my backpack instead. Those must have flimsy straps, or Mikey just had insane grip strength. Either way, we charged out of the woods, the others following us in a panicked confusion. We all ran home, back to the safety of our homes, our collective playpen. It was late afternoon by the time we made it to the neighborhood, winded and sweaty as hell. We all sat on a freshly mowed lawn, panting. Everyone was staring at me, waiting for an explanation. I tried ignoring them, catching my breath, and hoping they would drop the whole topic. They didn't, obviously. Mikey was the first to break. The silence, he simply asked why I got all spooked and ran. Why I had freaked everyone out like that. I think it's clear, up to this point, that I was kind of a shitty, spoiled kid. I had to be the leader. I had to show off the cool toys I got, and I had to leverage what superiority I had over others. The idea of losing all the, in my mind at the time, status points I had accumulated with my group of friends scared me. I was afraid of being seen as a big chicken, lesser, so I lied. I told them I felt a heat from it, and we hadn't considered the radiation levels that could have been coming off the saucer. That, for all we knew, we could have been exposed to mutating levels of radiation if I had not chosen to run .2. Give my 9-year-old self some credit. This could have been a pretty valid concern, but hardly portrayed in an accurate sense. My friends ate it up. A look of horror and amazement crossed their faces as they considered the possibility and its legitimacy. Mikey nodded his head with a thoughtful finger pressed against his chin, which filled me with relief as I valued his opinion of me the most. The rest of the waning afternoon light was spent reminiscing of the adventure, the strange object in the crater, and our now harrowing escape from its radiation rays. As dinner time rolled into our collective subconsciousness, the group dwindled one by one until it was just Mikey and me sitting on my parents' lawn. As he was about to leave for his own house, he suddenly blurted out in dismay, "Oh, your backpack. I'm sorry, I tore it bad." Did one of the guys grab it? A dread sank into my heart as I pictured it lying in the crater. My school backpack turned adventure pack over the summer. As a kid, you tend to imagine your parents as insane ghouls who would prefer you risk your neck retrieving some mundane object, no matter the cost, rather than loving parents who would obviously prefer you come home safe and fess up that you lost something. Well, I pictured my ghoulish parents flipping out over my backpack missing. God forbid a 9-year-old lose a Spider-Man themed backpack his parents bought for $15 at Walmart. I didn't think of it like that though. To me, I guess, I was just afraid of them seeing me differently, like a son they couldn't trust as much anymore. So, with a quick explanation to Mikey, I turned around and ran back to the forest. The summer night still retained some hint of light as I re-entered the woods. I had the whole run to plan my extraction. Tip my toe into the crater, with one hand remaining on the cusp, and reach for the pack. Simple as I slowed to a jog as it came into view, the familiar stench still lingering in the cool summer breeze. I inched over and peered into the shallow pit. There sat my backpack. Spider-Man was coated in a streak of dark dirt. My eyes shot to the center of the pit. I felt queasy. The saucer was gone. A tiny indent in the earth was all that remained of its presence. I remember feeling mad at myself for being so scared. Why did I still feel uneasy despite it being gone? Either way, I was there for a reason. I began crawling down toward my pack, one hand on the edge of the small crater, the other reaching down to retrieve. Just as I gripped the ripped strap, I heard something charging in the woods towards me. With an icy stab of fear piercing through me, I cried out and rolled into the pit, crashing into my backpack. I curled up, shivering, on the verge of tears. When I saw Mikey peek into the hole, I was relieved, until I realized I had actually begun crying out of fear before he revealed himself. Mikey saw this and snorted before breaking into a laugh. I was so pissed. After telling him to shut up multiple times, he finally calmed himself and told me, "I ran after you. I was worried about you going alone. I didn't deserve a friend like Mikey, and in that moment, I wish I were grateful for him. But I wasn't. I was furious that he saw me in a weakened state, that he saw me crying, that he scared me so bad. All I could think about was how he could now tell the others about the incident, and how they would all laugh at me for being a baby and crying just because Mikey spooked me. Now I know, looking back on it, Mikey was not that kind of friend, but I was too childish to see that then. I grabbed my pack and dragged it out of the crater, refusing Mikey's help, and began the long, silent walk back home. He tried cheering me up, even talked about having me over the next night to play on his older brother's PS2, but I was completely closed off, bitter at him the whole way. We finally stepped foot back into the neighborhood. Mikey gave me an awkward goodbye, and I grunted in response. With a wave, he trudged off to his house, and I started towards mine. The bitterness finally started subsiding as he wasn't there to remind me of my downfall. As my mind cleared, I finally noticed my backpack, which I had been pulling behind me this whole time, felt off. It felt heavier than I remembered. My curiosity was overridden by the fact that it was now well past dinner, and my parents would probably be losing their minds soon. I ran the rest of the way, pulling the backpack behind me. It bounced a couple of times off the pavement as I tore up my driveway to the front door. Before I could even knock, the door burst open. My dad was still in his work clothes and clearly disheveled until he saw me standing in the doorway. With that strange combo of justified anger and relief, he pulled me into the house. I had some words with my parents. They were not happy about my absence. Funny enough, I did lose some of their trust in the end. Just not for the stupid torn backpack I was still gripping nervously after the scolding. I got an understanding hug from both my parents before they sent me off to bed early with no TV or dessert. I trudged the walk of shame up the stairs to my bedroom, still towing along the rather heavy pack. It was only 8, I believe, so I was pretty upset about having to be stuck in bed so early. With a disgruntled huff, I tossed the backpack under my bed. I sat up in bed, bitter and defeated. However, I was pretty worn out. My body was exhausted, and even my onslaught of emotional highs and lows had drained me mentally. So, within minutes of hitting the bed, I passed out. With that thing under my bed, I jolted awake in a sweat, still in my dirty clothes from the day before. I felt sick, and the multiple layers of sweat coating my skin and soaking my already stained clothes only made it worse. I blurrily looked at my digital clock on my bedside stand, 2 a.m. There was a humming coming from under me. The mattress felt hot, like the hood of a car on a hot summer afternoon. For a second, I thought my parents had placed a nightlight somewhere in my room, until I rolled over to look at the floor. A soft green light was radiating from under my bed. The sweat came in cold waves now. I stared at that light as it wavered across my wooden floor for what must have been 10 minutes. I was transfixed. That sinking feeling returned to my stomach, mixed with a horrid horror of the unknown. I attempted to call to Mum, but my throat was dry as hell. It felt like sand had been poured down it. With a squeak, I slid back to the covers and hid. The humming stopped for a moment. I was trembling all over, hugging myself under the sheets, when the hum was replaced with a loud clank. Quaking, I pulled my head out of the blanket fort. The hue of green illuminated most of the room now. It was dead silent. All I could do was strain my ears, waiting for a sign, something to ease my mind. Instead, I heard rhythmic tapping. My brain was on fire, and my nerves were fried as I waited for some monster to appear from under my bed. I finally noticed the tapping sounded like footsteps. I felt a tug on my blanket. The sheet dangling over the edge was being tugged as it shifted under some unknown weight. I was too scared to move. I couldn't even hide my face again as I watched something crawl up the blanket at the foot of my bed. I shut my eyes tight, so tight it hurt. The movement finally stopped. There I sat, shaking, eyes clenched closed, waiting for someone or something to grab me and drag me to some unknown abyss. Instead, minutes passed, no fowl being nabbed, me, or bit me, or even tackled me. I built up the courage to peek. Cracking one eye open, I finally saw what was at the foot of my bed. A tiny I mean that literally. It looked like a tiny starfish in a silver spandex spacesuit with big boots. A black visor hid its strangely shaped face. An antenna, similar to the flying saucers, dangled limply off the tip of its appendage line. Head bent and crooked. It stood there, patiently waiting for my attention. And he got it. I leaped off the bed and across the room, mere inches from the door, when it spoke. W-A-I-T. A strangely cartoony masculine voice yelped behind me. I stopped at the door and turned to the assailant. I just stared at it, waiting for confirmation that it did, in fact, speak. It held up its small starfish arms up as it continued. I mean no harm. I come in peace. Its little appendage waved at me. Please, I crash-landed here and have no means to return home. Can you assist me, sir? It felt good to be called sir. My tension eased as I took a step toward the bed. What are you? I asked. A simple space traveler. I got caught in a meteor storm and crash-landed here. The little starman responded. Well, how am I supposed to help you? Well, once I figure out what needs fixing, I will let you know. For now, do you mind if I shelter myself? Here. I was still very put off, so before I could answer, he continued. I can make a deal with you in exchange for shelter. Okay, what's the deal? I was now standing at the bedside, looking down at him. Excellent. Well, from what I have gathered, your species values a monetary system first and foremost, but more so what it gets you. I have an intergalactic matter producer, or IMP, installed in my ship. In exchange for shelter, I can produce anything you can imagine. I was intrigued. I liked this idea. So, I confirmed, how does it work? And anything I can imagine. The little starman nodded vigorously. Of course. He exclaimed in his overly bravado voice. I tested this promise. I thought I was being slick. It felt like being an adult, bargaining like this. I liked it. He indulged me as I expressed my doubt and asked me, what would you like to start with, sir? So, I thought of something not only fun that I wanted, but also to show off to my friends. I want you to make me a PS2. He didn't need any. Description, no explanation, nothing. He just climbed down the bed and went to his ship. The green hue and the humming started up again from under my bed. I stood waiting, excitement and disbelief filling me with a thud. The humming stopped, and there he came out, dragging a boxed PS2 out from under my bed. I had to contain my yelp as I bolted to my knees to open it. Tearing it free, I saw it was a similar silver grey to the saucer, but the rest of the branding was totally on point. I bolted to my hand-me-down little box TV and started excitedly shoving wires into inputs and unraveling the controller. Open the disk slot, the starman said, now standing on top of the PS2 in his triumphant pose. Still giddy, I turned on the console and ejected the slot. Inside was a silver disc. Before I could ask what it was, he said, that has every current game released, all on one disc. His little starfish hands were on his waist. In disbelief, I put the disc on. It was every game. Pac-Man World 2, Okami, God of War, Prince of Persia, Shadow of the Colossus, and countless others I had never even heard of. One immediately began, playing God of War, as I heard Mikey's older brother was bragging about all the tits and realistic combat in the game. I wanted to know what those things were like. I was 9, it's not like I was a puberty-stricken, gross teen. I was just curious. Needless to say, I agreed to the contract. He got me. He held out his tiny little starfish hand, and I shook it. The silvery spandex felt odd, like slimy. The console blurred my thoughts. I never thought about it after that moment, till now at least. I gamed the night away, knowing I would never get a chance to play this game with my parents, awake and around. In that dark bedroom, I sat in front of the illuminated box TV, volume just high enough that I could hear its whisper. The Starman sat on the PS2, his little legs just above the power button. He stared at me the whole night. I didn't even notice, or maybe I didn't care. I was enveloped in playing. He got me good. I wish I had never gotten that console. I wish I had never agreed to his deal. I was smug and thought I got the long end of the stick. I never could have imagined what it would cost. It goes without saying that I spent the next week sneakily showing off this secret console of wonder, all while ensuring my covers hung like curtains to hide the Starman beneath the bed. Almost everyone got to see the slick console except Mikey. I was still pathetically upset that he saw me cry, but I also knew he was one of the only other kids in the neighborhood with a PS2 at his house. I never did take him up on that offer to play with his brothers. All in all, I felt a rift between us. Entirely my fault, of course, but I didn't think of it like that. Another week came around, and the Infinite Fun console was no longer fun, and more importantly, I had lost my audience. Since I was keeping it secret, I only dared play a few minutes with various friends. So, it was no longer a novelty for the kids to gawk in amazement. So, one night, as the soft humming rumbled beneath me, I asked, "Hey, can you make me something no one could be bored of?" The Starman poked his head out from the blanket curtain beneath me. "Of course. What did you have in mind?" I thought, hard before blurting out, "A dog." No follow-up was needed. He disappeared under the bed. The green light hummed for a few minutes, filling the room with its ambience. A grunt, followed by a thud, seemed to signal its completion. Out walked the little Starman, followed by a dog. Its skin was a matching spandex, silver and texture as the Starman's suit. Its eyes were hidden behind a similar black tinted visor. It was definitely bigger than him, though, as it came out from under the bed, its spandex tail wagging, it was up to my knees. It softly leaped onto my lap, a tongue lolling, sticking out from a cartoony mouth slit, hiding the rest of its face. At first, I was a little disappointed at its appearance, but then it yelped and started licking my face. I laughed as I wrestled the surprisingly lively little dog. I giggled as I held the dog up. It was light, like a plastic toy. It wagged its tail excitedly as it dangled in my outstretched arms. "I love it." "Is it a boy?" I asked the Starman. "Of course he is. Pure testosterone." He hit the authoritative pose, hands on hips. "He will surely be a great companion." His tone shifted as he continued. "However, I am afraid to say, my shuttle is rather low on fuel now. All that energy used by the IMP was needed for my repairs. I won't be able to use it, nor power my tools. If only I could find some fuel." On this planet, he bent his head, looking defeated. "I was lured in. What kind of fuel do you need?" "Maybe I can find some for you. My dad has a gallon of gas for his lawnmower in the garage. Would that work?" His little head tilted up a little. "No, I am afraid my ship does not use gas." He crawled his way up the bed, plopping himself next to me and my new dog. "Sir, can you help me?" I straightened my posture. "I will try my best." I attempted to sound like my dad. He shifted on the blanket. "I need one of your neighborhood buddies to help. Only they can provide me with what I need." I was confused by the phrasing, "Why can't I help?" He paused for a second before answering, because you're too special. You don't have something that all the normal kids have. I need one of them to get what I need. I thought on this, he continued on. It's so common and trite that they won't even realize they are helping me. He assured, I just need them under the bed with me. The rest will come easy too. Then I looked down at the Starman, then turned to the space puppy in my lap. I remember, clear as day, the thought that ran through my head. I don't want this to end. He sat watching me patiently as the gears in my head churned. Concerns of malicious intent never even crossed my mind. Only a curiosity of how my friends could help him with his fuel issue, while I couldn't. I could help you find fuel, I muttered, slightly offended. The Starman patted my leg. Trust me, it'll be easier if it's them. That aching, vague, unsettled feeling splashed into my stomach again. I was getting upset when I finally blurted out, fine, I'll see if one of my friends can come over to see you tomorrow. Excellent. Now, be sure you don't tell them about me until they're here. We made a deal about keeping me sheltered and hidden. Right, boss. He held out his little hand. I shook it wordlessly. I figured this was an excuse to have Mikey back over, so I planned on inviting him as I rolled into bed. I would try and make things normal between us again, all while ensuring the Starman got what he needed for the EMP. Looking back on this moment, I am ashamed. The fear of losing this literal genie under my bed overrode my desire to hang out with my closest friend, and I knew that even while planning, I wanted more toys, more notoriety, and respect from my peers. I was a horrid kid. I guess it doesn't matter now. What's done is done. I was used, and the first of many horrible events was, without my knowledge at the time, teetering over the edge. And I was about to poke it over. I wish it wasn't Mikey. It's awful to say, but I wish I had picked anyone but him. But I didn't. I am sorry, Mike. I would trade myself in a heartbeat now, knowing what I know. The next morning, I invited him over